process, which gives us the best candidate for that position.
Well, this is just another by-election that the country is watching seriously. When you look at the pattern of by-elections, do they really serve any serious lessons that the country ought to digest?
Yes, very many. For example, to start with, the broader issue is the political system we have, winner takes all, has real challenges. For example, if you have an MP who is elected, who is yet to be sworn in, who dies, then you have to get back into an election when there's just been a general election. That has an effect on the resources of the country, the meager resources of the country. That taxpayers then have to sponsor a fresh election, an election that has just happened. In more, not to say more serious countries, but in countries that have chosen different political systems, for example, the proportional representation system, for example, countries like New Zealand, South Africa, what the political party would do then was simply go to the party list and get the second person to occupy that position. A, that would save the country resources for carrying out a by-election, but B, the political party...
It's depriving the electorate of a choice.
The proposed representation system that I'm talking about, it's not the individuals that present themselves to the constituency. It is the political party and its ideology that is elected by the electorate. So in effect, when a person passes on, resigns or misbehaves, the political party simply says, you are not able to represent our views, our ideology that we represented the electorate, so we get you out, we put somebody else. So that would help, for example, in this situation where somebody dies, and then we have to spend a lot of money to go into a by-election. The other alternative, if you want the winner-takes-all system, political system, is to create portions of time when all the by-elections are carried out at once. So that you have economies of scale in terms of we organizing by-elections, several constituencies at once.
Last week we had one in Chikube.
Yes. If you have the scattered ad hoc arrangement, then we're wasting a lot of, our electoral commission is wasting a lot of our resources that we need for hospitals, that we need for roads, that we need for more serious, for other social and public.
Okay, when you're looking at the stakes in this election, Kalangala is within the proximity of power. Is it something to rest for? Is it one of those key slots that either party would love to retain or grab?
Yes. You know, in the previous election, you saw that the NUP took the central region. And in the current election, the 2026 election, you saw inroads by the NRM into these very areas. Obviously, how the NRM did that also has question marks. But the NRM has had enough candidates win elections within central Buganda. So that's why you see, you're even mentioning that. That's the reason why there's so many NRM leaders in Kalangala.
They intend.
Yes, on getting the most number of seats out of Buganda, because in the previous election, in the 2021 election, Buganda was out of the hold of the NRM. So they're trying to recover that. And that's why you see they're putting a lot of effort in the by-election.
Ordinarily, what would be the issues defining this by-election?
One of the key issues, for example, in an island constituency like Kalangala, is the issue of how the fishing community is being treated. That's a serious issue. And you saw that in the elections, general elections we've just had, the president had to withdraw the commander of that unit that enforces regulations of fishing in Lake Victoria. That's one of the key issues, because it goes to the livelihoods of those people. A good majority of them are engaged in fishing. and that's how they have a source of livelihood.
Do issues count anyway?
That issue counts, and that's why you see the president withdrew the commander. I know now subsequently after the election, they have gone back, they have reset to what it was previously, but that issue counts because a majority of the population in Kalangala, their source of livelihood is fishing and its associated activities. So that would be a very serious issue to deal with. Obviously, there are other issues, education, health, power. How are they accessing power? Those are issues that can be spoken about.
There is something that's become more of a tradition, hereditary politics in by-elections. How significant is this, and how deep should we go into it? When someone dies, it's a relative, a sister, a brother, a son, or a daughter.
I think that has real challenges and inherent problems, and it was introduced into the country's psyche by those who want hereditary politics at national level, on the broader level.
No, but it's been around for a while.
Yes.
From the late Patrick Musisi.
Yes.
Yes.
You see, if relatives are inheriting positions of MPs, then it becomes easier for relatives or a son or a daughter to inherit the position of president. So if the intelligence services are doing very good work in changing your consciousness to think that this is normal. It's not normal for an electoral position to be inherited by a relative.
It's called sympathy vote.
No. A person who gets elected on the basis that they can deliver on the mandate that they have as an MP. Not on the fact that you're sympathetic. Like there's a time they voted a 19-year-old from
Alengot.
Yes.
She was called.
I mean, what did she know?
Florence
something. What did she know?
Prosi Alengot.
Yes. So what did she know? What does she do after that? Even these relatives who are encouraging people to get into politics, they should have.
Yeah, but this ugly precedent is here to stay.
Yes.
How better can we improve it?
As I've indicated, those who are suggesting that the country should adopt hereditary politics are the ones who are changing the consciousness of society to think that it is normal for society to allow it. It shouldn't be allowed. Why? Because we already have embraced a Western form of culture, and we should go with that. However, if you want to embrace hereditary politics, then let's go the hereditary politics way, full throttle. Because for example, where has democracy worked? Do you know where democracy has worked on the African continent? There is nowhere. No, Ghana have been there several times. Ghana has its real challenges. Yes, there has been a semblance of a peaceful transition of power from one political party to another, but it's because they have put measures in place to enable a peaceful transition. We went there and we came here and suggested a Presidential Transition Act. It was rejected. We were there as a group of politicians in 2009, and it was rejected. They're not, the places where democracy has worked on the African continent are not there. They are not there. Even in Botswana has its own challenges. South Africa, you can see what's happening there. So possibly, the citizens are not interested in this thing that's not working called democracy. The citizens are interested in functional roads, in hospitals that provide proper Medicare, in proper public and social goods. Whether we have a dictator there, so anybody who's inherits and takes over, what I am interested in as a citizen of this country is that when I go to the road, I have no pothole. When I go to the hospital, there are drugs. When I want capital to engage in an economic activity, the capital is there and provided by by government.
So it is delusional to think that we are promoting democracy by these elections. And
yes, the democracy is a concept that is brought by these 7 European powers to Africa in 1884. They sit at Berlin in December of 1884. They are drinking good wine. They partition up Africa and say, we have planted this Roman Greek form of how you govern yourselves onto you. We were not like that. We had kingdoms, we had centralized and decentralized societies, and the Kabaka of Buganda was not elected. The Kabaka of Buganda is there by birth. So if we are going that way, which is being brought now, we shouldn't mix this Western thing with our thing. We should be on one side. So that if we are having people taking over power, and they are taking over that power, they should be taking over the power to provide us with services and goods. Does Dubai elect a leader?
No. It's hereditary.
Dubai, if I get an accident now, in 120 seconds, there will be a helicopter ambulance to take me to emergency care. Do I care who is leading up there? I don't.
Well, as we talk about the big fuss that democracy has become, still discussing the stakes in the forthcoming by-election, we are now joined by Mr. Habib Buwembo, the head of mobilization for the National Unity Platform. Habib, good morning and nice to have you. How do you gauge the mood on the ground? And so far, what gives you the conviction that NUP can retain this constituency?
Good morning to you, my brother Simon, and the viewers of NBS. We are at the ground together with my team and a team of NUP leaders, including the MPs who are in Parliament on the ticket of NUP. And we have traversed Kalangala in most of the areas, and the population is so welcoming. They have rest assured us that they are together with us and they are in support of our candidate. You know how we came to this by-election. It was after the death of our former MP, that is the late Honorable Nachimuli Helen, who has diligently served the people of Kalangala with a lot of love, with a lot of hard work, and with a lot of projects at the ground. And the people of Kalangala do appreciate her efforts. And with the fact that we have presented her elder sister as our candidate, people are so much bonding with her, and they have promised voting for her. Only that at the moment we are facing a challenge of intense security deployment. We don't know whether it is because of the fact that General Museveni is coming to campaign for his candidate today. We pray that soon after, the deployment maybe will be decreased. In other words, if it remains deployed around, then it will be causing some intimidation to the voters. But there is no doubt we have the support, and we are so optimistic that we are winning this election.
Well, how much impact has the absence of your principal, Robert Kyagulanyi, had on this campaign?
Of course, it has impact. You know, whenever my president could be coming in any area, how people would be geared up to welcome him, to welcome his message, the message of change. But his presence, of course, it costs us as a party. But good enough, he had built leadership based on the team working. And of course, with other leaders of NUP, we have done what is expected from us. And of course, we have filled the gap. But of course, on such a day when Genome 7 is expected to come, we would also be organizing, preparing for our president also coming to campaign for his candidate, his party candidate. We are missing him a lot. But well, still, he was able to communicate to the people of Kalangala through the voice recordings, and the people have appreciated his message, and they are ready to comply to his call.
Do you agree that you have a big force to counter, that is the NRM, whose deployment in the area is so huge? Most of the big wigs in the NRM are pitching camp, and we gather there's a lot of money flying around. What would it take for you to counter all these challenges?
The NRM has no big force that it has deployed, but it is only the state that has deployed heavily. We can see the army, the RDCs, the DSOs, the GISOs are the ones who are now taking on the work of NRM party. And with few, of course, leaders from NRM who are moving around with huge sums of money. And for them, I believe they also know that the population is not on their side. They can only rent support or buy support. And from their camp, of course, their message has only been, we are here and you are to get the money. And they have been splashing a lot of money, which is in contrary with the electoral rules and the regulations. Because I remember when Genome 7 was giving a State of Nations address, he emphasized that this time round he is ready to fight against corruption. And buying voters or supporters in an election, it is also a kind of corruption. So we wonder whether their interest is about promoting corruption or fighting against it. But nevertheless, we have also talked to the people, and we encouraged them to eat the money, because it is their money, it is the taxpayers' money, and they are the taxpayers. Let them eat the money, and on come 24th, that is Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, they go and vote for our candidate, Nampala Aidin. And the population seems to have well perceived our message, and they are ready to go by it.
When you're looking at this election, do you feel a sense of betrayal that your colleagues from the opposition have not joined you to comb the ground for elections?
Who are those colleagues are you referring to? Those who belong to opposition that have not appeared?
From other political parties?
From other political parties, we've not received any, but at least we've had them campaigning for us from distances. I had the Honorable Mbide endorsing our candidate, and some other colleagues from the opposition. They are campaigning for Nampala from a distance, and we appreciate their voices. But not only them, there are also colleagues from NRM who have campaigned for Nampala. Take an example, Namere, the Honorable Namere Justin. She campaigned for our candidate, and she has been rallying the people of Kalangala to vote for Nampala, not Aida, because Ida was given a chance. That is a contract between 2016 and 2021. And visibly at the ground, she did not perform. She did not even bond with the people of Kalangala. So she stands no chance.
Can a broke national unity platform pull off an election against the NRM that is loaded? You used to have at least a bit of money, but now you're so broke.
Yeah, we're so broke financially. We are not doing well as a party. That is widely known. But thankful to the president, to our president, His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi, that when he was building the part of National Unity platform, he built it on the basis of the people power. He empowered the population to know the cause that we are up for. And it is the population now that is facilitating our movement, our activity, and we want to thank the population for that. So we find it easy when we are bonding with the people, while they are not asking for any kind of facilitation. People are ready to travel themselves. People are ready to facilitate their movements. People are ready to facilitate their welfare, and they are not demanding anything from us. And that is a huge contribution. Of course, that we thank the president and the leadership of NUP that he managed to do it well. So,
well, finally, Mr. Buwembo.
Yes.
If I could pose the final question. This particular election is very unique in many ways. It's the first by-election where your president is away. It is the first by-election where some of the big stalwarts in the party, take for instance, Mwanga Chivumbi is incarcerated, others are living in fear. Then it is the first by-election where the party is too broke to afford anything. How does this define your odds?
This is a test to our ideology of people power. Now, those who think that when they incarcerate our leadership, when they force our leader, the president, out of the country, that they can now finish us. They are going to be disappointed when we win this election, besides all those challenges. But still, I cannot leave this platform without agitating for the freedom of all political prisoners. We demand for the immediate release of all political prisoners. Our Deputy President, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, has no case. He has no crime that he committed. He's just persecuted. And more others, the likes of Honorable Waiswa Mufumbiro, now the former Road Mayor, Elias Lukwago, all those kinds of injustices we condemn, and we demand for justice for all Ugandans. Then I cannot leave also without reminding the state that the people of Kalangala are saying that the agony that they have gone through, the pain, the suffering, the anguishment that they have experienced during the time when they lost their beloved leader, Honorable Nachimuli Hereni, is enough for them, and the state shouldn't subject them to them another kind of suffering by doing what they have been seeing in other by-elections. Like take an example of what happened in Kawempe by-election. The tear gassing, the arrests, the abductions, the beating of people, the shootings. Their prayer is that all that do not happen in Kalangala. And we also emphasize the same prayer.
Well,
let the state organize
thank you, Mr.
a free
Habib.
and fair election where the electorates of Kalangala do go and choose their leader without any kind of intimidation or pressure.
Thank you, Mr. Bowembo, and pleasure speaking to you. We hoped we would speak to Honorable Dombo. He had confirmed he would be with us. He would be speaking to us from Kalangala. Unfortunately, his phone is off. Our reporter is in the lounge waiting for him. So in case Mr. Dombo or Honorable Dombo, you get this notification, please join us. And tonight, we'll be having a debate for all the candidates. Well, apparently, as we take a break, Habib seems to be premising his hope on people power. Can people power reign supreme over the state?
No. As we've seen in the previous elections, especially on the polling day, you need to have people, farm people at the polling stations to protect the vote. If you do not have those people at the polling station protecting the vote, you have real challenges. Because if, for example, MPs from Kampala are distributed over all the polling stations in Kalangala, then the likelihood of intimidation is less. Compare that to you getting a villager from Kalangala to come and guard your vote. You can assess the difference. Yes, the villager in Kalangala can take 50 or 100 or a million shillings. An MP who has come to guard the vote from Kampala, who is part of the structure of opposition, a united opposition, will not take any money. So
okay, do you see a sense of betrayal from the opposition that they haven't joined forces with their colleagues?
Yes, to a large extent, because the deciding activity there is the polling day. You may have a lot of support within the people, but if the people are intimidated, if the people do not guard that vote on the day of polling, that support doesn't mean much.
Well, we'll take a break, and definitely when we return, we'll still be looking at the stakes and the odds defining the Kalangala, the looming Kalangala by-election. We'll be back. Good morning.
East Africa is advancing toward deeper regional integration, stronger economies, and improved livelihoods for its citizens. Join the 6th edition of the East African Community Post-Budget Dialogue for financial year 2026-2027, organized by Siatini in partnership with key government institutions and development partners. Under the theme, Leveraging Regional Integration Through Enhancing Domestic Resource Mobilization, Prudent Debt Management, and Resilient Trade and Investment for Improved Livelihoods in the East African Community, the dialogue would explore practical solutions for sustainable growth and regional transformation, featuring a keynote address by the Right Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, the First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the East African Community Affairs, alongside leading policymakers, private sector representatives, civil society, and development partners from across the region. Thursday, 25th of June, 2026, from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Watch live on NBS Television, YouTube, Zoom, Facebook, and other digital platforms. Be part of the conversation shaping the future of East Africa. Organized by Siatini, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Uganda Revenue Authority, Ministry of East African Community Affairs, in partnership with Diaconia, Tax Justice Network Africa, Government of Ireland International Development Program. The stage is set and the stakes are high. The Kalangala District Woman MP by-election debate. 5 candidates, 1 seat. 1 chance to make their case to you. Head-to-head on the issues that matter. This Monday, June 22nd, NBS TV brings you the live debate for the Kalangala District Woman MP by-election. Join the conversation Monday night, 10 p.m. only on NBS. Always.
The Ministry of Health informs the public to remain vigilant against Ebola virus disease. Symptoms include diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal pain, fever, and body weakness. If you or someone you know develops the symptoms, seek medical attention immediately. Protect yourself and others by avoiding handshakes and unnecessary physical contact, washing your hands regularly with soap and water, or using an alcohol-based sanitizer. Cleaning frequently touched surfaces and avoid direct contact with infected persons' body fluids like vomit, stool, sweat, and urine. To report a suspected Ebola case, send an SMS to 6767 and type alert, or call the toll-free number 0800 100 066. Report early, protect lives.
Mustafa, Chikozi, welcome home.
It is small, but it is something. Everyone starts from somewhere.
Welcome home.
Chikozi, the problem is the foundation.
You know the kind of cement I'm using in this foundation? I guarantee you even my grandchildren will come and find this house.
Muzaffaru, the day I decide to build. In fact, I will import the foundation into the country. By the way, your security lights, they are very small. Me, when I build my house, I will put the motion sensor.
As you can see, the living room, I managed to bring in some tiles.
And I told you, when I build my house, I get tiles from Italy raw, bring them here, original. This nonsense of having one TV, me!
Some people talk about building houses. Others build them. Do you have land?
I am working on it.
You buy your buy today and get the job done. Strong, reliable, available at hardware shops countrywide.
Yes.
It hasn't been easy at all.
No.
But with your buy, chiba chibwa.
So you buy, your buy.
Oh, chibwa.
Did you know? Brought to you by
Fake spare parts can be deceiving. They seem cheaper, they seem good enough, they get you moving for now. But what you don't see is the hidden cost, damage to your car, endless repairs, wasted time off the road, and potential risk to lives. In the long run, fake parts cost you more. Choose genuine parts from any CFA or mobility location countrywide.
Did you know? Brought to you by
abakozi bakyayambala ebintu ebyo bisambala bannannyini makolero si kampuni abakozi mubafunire uniforms eziri ku mulembe okuva mu Jude Color Solutions banyirire bafulume mu material ne design ebiriko ate nga kuliko n'akabonero ka kampuni yo olwo business ogiba abantu mu maaso bagimanye tosubwa campaign eno omulamwa gugamba nti stand out mu uniform yo ne Jude Color Solutions bali ku Prime Complex ku Johnson Street shop number C24 esimu noti 7772 45 91 29 wamune ku www.judecolor.com.
Color your world.
Ready to kickstart your body goals? Look no further. Vine Fitness Gym has got you covered. Located in the heart of Bokoto, Vine Fitness is the state-of-the-art fitness center packed with everything you need to hit your body goals. From the cutting-edge cardio machines and strength training equipment to fully equipped functional training zones and relaxing areas, all designed to support your fitness and wellness journey. Looking to tone your body, build muscle? Our program includes expert strength training and even access to our steam bath. So what are you waiting for? Visit us today at Chirabo Complex, 3rd floor, Bukoto. Vine Fitness Gym, your body, your goal, your gym.
Welcome back as we continue delving deeper into the odds that are defining the forthcoming Kalangala by-election. Well, an election that comes after the death of the late Helen Nachimuli, one of the vocal opposition legislators. Will the NUP retain it, or will NRM take the day? What are the odds? Well, how would you fit this Kalangala by-election into the general politics of the day?
As I've indicated, there are many facets to it, but one of those facets, the NUP, Mr. Buembo has just spoken about it, the element of commercialization of politics. That one group has no money, the other group has a lot of money, and it has no limits on how much money it can spend to ensure that it wins the election. And that's in addition to the intimidation and the threats and so on and so forth. And obviously, what you see in that Kalanga election has played out in the general elections, in other by-elections elsewhere.
NUP got in there with the leverage.
Yes.
Being that their representative had been there for 2 terms.
Yes.
She was serving her 2nd term. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. Do you think that counts in their favor?
Yes, to an extent only. Because, as I've indicated, if you have the support, the ground support, and the amount of attention that was on all the elections has now focused on this one by-election. So that has an effect on the advantages that NUP has, because all the machinery of NRM is on this by-election. Whereas at the time the deceased MP won, the attention was divided over all the constituencies in the country. So, but if you have the attention of the NRM concentrated on this by-election, then that's a disadvantage to NUP, even though their candidate has the grassroots support.
Helen won by a very narrow margin.
Yes.
She got, in the general elections, she garnered 10,609 votes, while her challenger, who is giving it another shot this time, got 9,245.
That's a narrow margin.
Can she close this margin?
That's a narrow margin. And as I've said, in view of the advantages the NRM candidate has now, that the NRM's state machinery, the party machinery is concentrated on this by-election, she can obviously possibly surpass that margin. And obviously, as I've indicated, the money, the bribery, the resources that are put to the disposal of the NRM candidate, the security, the state structure, not just the security only, but the state structure that's supporting that candidate, the NRM secretariat, and all the other factors, we can see that the NRM candidate has an upper hand in this election.
Could a Kawempe by-election moment rebound or replay in Kalangala?
You see, for the Kawempe election, you had a united opposition. You had many, it was in the city, so it was very easy for some of the political leaders to come to help to guard the vote for the NUP candidate. I'm not sure this time that leverage is there in the Kalangala by-election.
So do you want to suggest that the opposition has a tall order before them?
yes, as I've said, the advantage that the NUP candidate has is that, yes, they still have the grassroots support. However, in view of the fact that the state machinery, the NRM secretariat machinery is in the by-election, the odds are heavily stacked against the NUP candidate.
Well, as we sign out, and I want to thank you very much, Dr. Awaliemera, for coming and to share your perspective on what awaits the Kalangala by-election and the outlook of things, with the tempo appearing rather low and what it suggests to the general politics. I have something very interesting for you. And if you're always sending money to family and friends in Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, or Tanzania, there's good news for you. With Send Wave Wallet, you can hold and send digital dollars and cash out in Ugandan shillings wherever and whenever you are ready. Remember, each digital dollar is backed up by one actual US dollar. And you can also make fee-free transfers between Send Wave wallets across 110 countries, which means 110 plus countries, which means you can send money directly from your SendWave wallet to another SendWave wallet without transfer fees. Download the SendWave wallet app directly from Play Store or App Store for more details, and you'll find your wallet with $10 using the promo code NEXT in caps and get $5 on SendWave. Please note that SendWave makes money on the exchange rate. Terms and conditions apply. That's pretty much what we had for you. Have a lovely day. We'll be keeping tabs on what's happening at court, plus several other stories to keep you up to speed with current affairs. Have a lovely day and cheers.
The budget has been read. The real conversation begins. This Monday on the Post-Budget Spotlight, we unpack Uganda's 2026-2027 national budget and what it means for citizens, businesses, investors, and the country's economic transformation agenda. Under the theme, From Policy to Prosperity, Understanding Uganda's 2026-2027 national budget. Join leading economists, policymakers, private sector leaders, and budget experts as they analyze the key allocations, priorities, opportunities, and implications of the budget. What does the budget mean for jobs, investments, service delivery, and Uganda's tenfold growth strategy? Which sectors stand to benefit the most, and how can Ugandans position themselves to take advantage of the opportunities ahead? Be part of this important national conversation. Live on Monday, 22nd of June from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on NBS TV. Growth, opportunity, transformation.
This week. On to our top story tonight. A building under construction has collapsed in Chisasi.
June 5th delivered a brutal shock to Kampala's real estate sector. A three-story building on Chisota Road in Chisasi came down in seconds, killing 3 people, injuring over 10, and wiping out an investor's capital, reputation, and freedom in one column. What are the hard lessons, and what does the tragedy reveal about the real price of ignoring building standards?
Through the supervision, through the permits and everything, engage professionals.
Also, Kampala is expanding fast, stretching out along 7 key roads that are quietly redrawing the map of land value and investor interest. So where is the real opportunity along these roads? And where can your money truly go with confidence?
which it is here in Busika along Gayaza Road, where you can still get a plot of land at 12 million shillings.
We also travel down to the stunning Garuga Peninsula to explore the art and science of premium waterfront development.
The stage is set and the stakes are high. The Kalangala District Woman MP by-election debate. 5 candidates, 1 seat. 1 chance to make their case to you. Head-to-head on the issues that matter. This Monday, June 22nd, NBS TV brings you the live debate for the Kalangala District Woman MP by-election. Join the conversation Monday night, 10 p.m. only on NBS. Always.
Reggae live in concert at Kololo Airstrip na Musambu August chifuro chigenda kubera echomwaka. Get ready for the biggest Ugandan show Mustari ya Kitombola Waguru Matara screen stage ne sound ngabyona ya Phenom Records sinye mitware satwe are badi ngo konsa momo emitware 2 je mitware 5 are badi ngo gze kumomo emitware 3 emeze y'abantu mukaga milioni 2 y'abantu munana ya milioni 3 nyiga kamunyenye mu mukaga 5 kamyenye 20 otunga ticket yawe Reiji yata hawesen Uganda namani hati ninye tabembara ababushenyi igara yantonde abeibanda rukunjiri mwije murebo mwana wanyu nachitera Honda eno shatwagara mwebyani byanywa mate ebishaba stacking koranyenye Kololo Airstrip Musambu August bitegekedwa Abitex Promotions.
Tired of the limits? Tired of slow connections? It's time to break free. Introducing BCC Net from Blue Crane Communications. Choose the package that fits your life. BCC Lite, 20 Mbps. BCC Pro, 50 Mbps. Or BCC Extreme, 100 Mbps. For every need, every moment. Learning, conferencing, gaming, and so much more. Switch to BCC Net today. BCC Net, fast, reliable, and true unlimited internet. Blue Crane Communications is regulated by Uganda Communications Commission.
MTN voice bundle. Ay. Load. Hey. Hello, Mama. Hey, it is me, your son, Opio. Hey, now, Mama, listen to me. MTN has the offer. Yes, it has the offer. You load from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Now they have free MTN to MTN minutes. And those minutes are there all day. So you load, you'll thank me later. Hey, Mama.
Load an MTN voice bundle between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and get 3 free MTN to MTN minutes valid all day. Dial *100 *21 hash and get your free minutes bully daily. Free your fire with free minutes from MTN. Together, our connection is unstoppable. MTN. Why pay for someone else's repairs? Say goodbye to hidden costs and hello to peace of mind of a brand new start. Discover the Suzuki range of unmatched fuel-efficient and reliable options. From the iconic Jimny to the new Across Hybrid. Find the perfect blend of style and world-class efficiency. Upgrade today and enjoy 1 year of free fuel and comprehensive insurance, plus 2 years of free service and a 3-year warranty. Trade in your current car or choose financing to start driving as you pay installments. Don't wait. Visit the Suzuki showroom today or call 0800 211 033 to get started.
Are you planning an event? Think of X Events. For the best photography and videography of all kinds, we believe that every moment is worth capturing. Whether Kwanjula, weddings, Kuhinjira, bringing out the culture and glamour. And of course, a professional team that has mastered the art of the game and pro-gear with elegance. X Events is located along Rubaga Road on Access Building opposite Hotel Sojavalo. X Events, capturing your precious moments.
Uganda twaniriza Joseph Ngoma mu concert yesoose ku Lugogo Cricket Oval nga 10 mu July 2026. Tickets za mitwale 2, emitwale 5, ate meze y'abantu 8 ya milioni 3. Tickets ojazisanga ku carrytickets.com, Friends Supermarket ne ku Hotel Triangle. Kwa note 756 555 Kino kyetu badde tulinda. Joseph Ngoma, mwana mulenzi omuwandiisi, vocal powerhouse. Aludenga konko n'endongo, ekutte ku mitima gy'abanna Uganda. Gendongo yenyuma, eyimusa, ekuwa essuubi. Agikubya mu style y'omulembe, kati ategese ekitabangawo. Twagala cricket oval, ejjule ku mulundi guno gwokka. Babulaza, mutwaleko ba sister out. Bitegekeddwa charism n'ebiwagirwa.
NBS TV, Sanyuka TV and Afro Mobile presents Omlagenda House's Shenza Productions Band every last Saturday and first Saturday of the month at Vibes Hub Chiwenda, opposite Prime Petrol Station. Do you have any function and you need entertainment? Call 0709 616 093. Sponsored by Silver Bubble Studios, NBS TV, Sanyuka TV and Afro Mobile.
Comedy Festival bili mukage Lugogo Muhuma Showground Mutenti Bwaguga ku Saturday nga July. Buli comedian gwamanyi mu Uganda wano ajja kubeerayo. Amoti Malanguzi, MC Mariaki, MC Kapale, Madwata Nchiko, Maulana and Rain, Mary Hatumbeto, Bizonto, Mickey Sims Too Funny, Nswangere, Teacher Mpamile, Bobby Brown and Nilo, Sabian Shawan, Tata Wayakite, Tata Sam, Mama Sam, Tuli Bulala family, Abazebe Bama, Sangana Ntume, Muzai Kalari, Kachapizo, Ivan She Queen, Malaria Chisati, The Talkers, Karera, Namyomba Comedy, Kojakabaya Nekas Wekapo, Chukamba Nsani, Samuel Hash, Fizi Pro, Ticket Yozigura Kumomo, Kamunyenye Mumkaga Tano, Kamunyenye Bili Zero, Kadara, Ticket Yobojigura Kumomo, Yamitwale Tano, Nenga Kumiyango, Yamitwalo Kumi, Emeze Yabantu 8, ya milioni 2, VIP ya mitwalo 15, Kale Booking Anga Buchari, Juliana Kanyomozi, King Saha, Winnie Nwaji, Irene Nambiru, Nganya July ya Lugogo, Muhuma Showground, Comedy Festival Bilabili Mukaga, Ategekedwa, Abitex Promotion.
Every taxi, truck, bus or boda you see on the road is a business. And every time you don't take good care of it, you risk losing money. That's why we created Union Oil to keep your vehicle's engine well oiled and your business running smoothly.
Ono ye wafe, boda, taxi, bus and truck drivers, not forgetting Uber my kazi. Use Union Engine Oil for superior protection and high engine performance. Order from any Union Depot or Union Stockist Duka. Union, the better way.
My name is Ragu David, the head teacher of the Kabela Comprehensive Secondary School. You know, with this new curriculum that they have introduced, this competency-based curriculum, it really requires computers. So we had challenges when it comes to research, because now we had no computers. Our learners could not do any research. Even the teaching, I would say, it was more of the old curriculum. We were one of the luckiest schools to benefit from this UKUSAF program. We got around 21 computers, the flat screen. They also gave us the headsets, 21. They also gave us solar, 6 panels, then also 4 big batteries to run those computers. And when they gave us these computers, it now simplified our work. Because you would give the learners activity, they go and do research. One of the recommendations I would maybe say is to add more computers, because the number of learners is actually more than the number of computers.
Love doesn't end at I do. That's where the real journey begins. This year, the Bride and Groom Expo 2026 invites you to experience Beyond I Do, a journey of love, home and family. From planning your dream wedding to building your dream home, from unforgettable honeymoons to starting a family and making the right financial decisions for your future, it's all here under one roof. Meet trusted experts in home living, real estate, finance, parenting and lifestyle. Discover ideas, solutions, and inspiration to guide your next chapter. Whether you're newly engaged, newly married, or building your future together, this is your complete life journey experience. Happening 26 to 28 June 2026 at the Uma Multipurpose Hall. To book a stall, call 0772 354 940. Don't just plan a wedding, plan beyond it.
The budget has been read. The real conversation begins. This Monday on the Post-Budget Spotlight, we unpack Uganda's 2026-2027 national budget and what it means for citizens, businesses, investors, and the country's economic transformation agenda. Under the theme, From Policy to Prosperity, Understanding Uganda's 2026-2027 national budget. Join leading economists, policymakers, private sector leaders, and budget experts as they analyze the key allocations, priorities, opportunities, and implications of the budget. What does the budget mean for jobs, investments, service delivery, and Uganda's tenfold growth strategy? Which sectors stand to benefit the most, and how can Ugandans position themselves to take advantage of the opportunities ahead? Be part of this important national conversation. Live on Monday, 22nd of June from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on NBS TV. Growth, opportunity, transformation.
NBS. Always.
Command Center. My name is Hakim Wampamba, and well, it is the 84.4 trillion shillings budget that was read out on the 11th day of this very month by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Henry Musasizi, promising a future that all Ugandans have been waiting for. Now, the budget also comes at the cusp of this being the year for which oil commercialization or the commercialization of the Ugandan petroleum sector is expected. So you expect that this budget has to speak to things as such as mineral development and, of course, moving towards the tenfold growth strategy. And joining me in studio this particular morning to be able to discuss this topic intensively are experts from civil society, government, and independent tax advisories that should be able to tell us something about this very budget. And beginning right from my very extreme, the side of the right, Dr. Arthur Bainomjisha. He's the Executive Director at the Advocates Coalition for Environment, Development and Environment. Dr. Arthur, many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba, for having me here, and good morning, viewers.
All right, and right seated next to him is Mr. Godfrey Byamukama. He's the Assistant Commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research Department at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Godfrey, many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba. I'm glad to be here. And good morning, viewers.
Seated next to him is the only person that is not suited today. I thought I should want to be like you in future or not be suited on a Monday. Aloysius Chitengo is a fiscal policy analyst at CRT in Uganda. Many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba. And thank you, NBS, for this opportunity.
Right, seated next to him is Robert Byamukama. He's the manager tax at Grant Thornton, Uganda. Many thanks for joining us, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba, and good morning to our viewers.
All right, and the very last person that I will do the introduction for will be Mr. Simo. Many thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba.
Well, he comes from the Association
of
Artisanal Miners. Yeah, very good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. You see, this budget was read out on the 11th of June, and Ugandans have had the figures. Now, we are not going to dwell much on the figures. We are going to discuss and decipher for Ugandans what these figures mean. Let me begin with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. what, in just a few words, what does this budget mean for a Ugandan out there, a Ugandan that pays tax every single day?
Thank you, NBS and my colleagues, the panelists. What this budget means is that Uganda is now ready for transformation. We are ready to promote a productivity-driven investment in this country, taking into account that what we have termed as the ATMs under the tenfold growth strategy. Under the tenfold growth strategy, we are emphasizing 4 things, and that's what Ugandans should focus on now and look at the opportunities in terms of jobs and wealth creation. This is agro-industrialization, and by agro-industrialization we are talking about production, value addition, industrialization, and wealth creation. We want to promote an economy whereby the raw materials that we produce, be it tea, be it coffee, be it cocoa, be it sugarcane, we add value here, and then we can now earn more in terms of exports. The second one, of course, is tourism development. We need to exploit this potential by marketing Uganda tourism destination. We want to invest in exploration and development of our minerals. We are glad now we are talking of first oil within the next 6 months, and I think that now can bring in a lot of value for Ugandans. And lastly, science, technology, and innovation. All this must be backed by science, by research, by innovation, such that if you have an acre, you can maybe double the returns. We need to work smarter. We need to ensure that actually what people are getting from 5 acres, you can actually get it in an acre. And once you do that, you will talk of sufficient raw material, then investors will be attracted to this country. So in a nutshell, we are talking about productivity, and that's where jobs are going to come from, all the factors of production.
Certainly. Thank you. So just in case you've forgotten anything he said Uganda is ready for transformation and ATMs. That's what he has said. Dr. Athabai Nomjisha, what do you make of the budget for the financial year 2026-2027? In just a few words. His has been ready for transformation, ATMs.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think this budget, 2026-27, is an ambitious budget. It's an ambitious budget that seeks also to contribute to growing the economy tenfold. From what it is today, $500 billion by 2040. I think that aspiration, that dream is very good. But you see, now having a budget, putting it in place is one thing, making it to deliver is another one. But it's wonderful because it's one of the biggest budget that this country has ever had. 84.4 trillion is huge, and the ATMs as a strategy is also a good one. But of course, we also have challenges. We have also prepared the country to develop, to grow with you at the same pace. Because the population needs to be mobilized. Otherwise, if you walk around that journey, you look behind and the masses are still there. But we also know that within this 84.4 trillion, we have a debt. We have a debt which will take over 52, which actually now over 50, about 52% of our GDP. We have, and it's a first core on the budget. I think about 33 trillion will go to service the debt, and you need to keep your credit rating high, and that of course takes away some of the money that we need for to invest in our ATMs. So that's we are grappling with it. So for me, a very good budget, a good aspiration, tenfold growth, But we have to deal with the budget, rather the debt. But even within that debt, we have the domestic debt. The domestic debt where we need, where government owes a lot of money to domestic suppliers, our private sector, our businessmen and women, whose businesses now are struggling and they need money because they supplied government. I know that the ministry and government has committed to pay that debt. The domestic areas is a big thing on our part, because our economy, to achieve that tenfold growth, it must be led by the private sector. But if the money is locked up in the areas, then the private sector's legs are tied. So we need to untie to remove the chains for them to run at fastest speed. And the chains for me are those areas. They need to be paid.
In a jiffy, should we say that the budget from the efficiency, governance, efficiency, and efficacy to the private sector is a little lacking, to the very extent that much of the money is going towards servicing of debt?
Yes.
Certainly. I should say that. Aloysius, Chitengo, I want to engage you in here. What does these are big targets? How realistic are they? How realistic is the 2026-2027 budget from the lenses of Siatini?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to say that the budget is huge, but we are growing, first of all. The aspect would be looking at where are we putting the money, and where we are putting the money, is there value for money which we are going to get? Because at the end of the day, you find that we are supposed to grow in terms of the economic development, but you find that when you look at what was passed, first of all, the recurrent expenditure supersedes the development expenditure. That means that you are leaving too little for production and development in general, while you are spending more in terms of the facilitating administration and running of these businesses. So when you look at it, we have to appreciate that we need to have people who are supposed to administer or provide the services in one way or the other. But when you go deeper to look at, even when you're saying that we have allocated 2.2 trillion, when you go deeper, how much is being allocated to production? How much are we putting in productivity generally? And if you can get that, then you have to look at how much has been put in the real point where we need the money to be. For instance, if you're tracking reality of this budget and how it's going to trickle down to Ugandans in one way or the other, if you look at agriculture, one of the sector which we think that is going to give us what we want to see the economy to develop and the people. The question is, if you're going to put the money in irrigation, where exactly? Are you going to give the opportunity to Ugandans to have access to irrigation when you have not organized the agriculture sector? Because we see the Minister of Trade trying to put in place cooperatives, first of all, but they are not known. They are not supported. You're saying that you're going to put the money in the irrigation system or in the irrigation, but you don't have unorganized society, unorganized group where you're going to put these irrigation facilities, the inputs that are required for that particular, because if you're saying that we're going to put money in the sector and we are going to support maybe maize growing, we are going to support coffee growing, which groups, which cooperatives are you going to support? Or it is going to be that we have money for irrigation, but we don't have unorganized groups that are going to benefit. So to me, when it comes to the reality of the budget and how Ugandans are going to look at the benefits of the budget, we need to look at what, where, and how are we going to support the people who are supposed to produce or to add value. Because if you're talking about value addition, on what? Currently, when you look at our the issue of waste in terms of fruits and vegetables, the recent research was looking around 80% is spoiled at the farm level. So it means that when you are looking at issues of adding value, where are you going to start adding value? Are you going to target the market, or you are going to start with the farmers themselves in that particular area and say, farmers of pineapples in Uganda, from Nakaseke or maybe from Ruwelo, we are going to make sure that when you get your pineapples, you are going to put them here, than just running on the streets to sell to each and everyone who is willing to buy. So to me, we still have a bigger, the budget is good, but when you look at where do you put the money to see value for money, is where we need to look at as Uganda. Even when it comes to the issues of markets, we have the opportunity that Uganda can consume regardless of our purchasing capacity or power. But when it comes to the markets we have set at the East African community level, the markets we have set at the tripartite, that is COMESA, SADC, and ESC, and then we are going to the Continental Free Trade Area, you find that regardless of the issues of the standards, we have not organized ourselves to penetrate effectively what we call the market entry, not market access, because we have not organized our people to be able to have the capacity to supply to the amount required. But also when it comes to the standards, we still have a challenge. Yes, the government has said that we are going to put the money there, but we need to look at where should you start from. This calls for ensuring that we have cooperatives in place. It doesn't cost a lot in terms of looking at, can we set the cooperatives and make sure, even when we are giving subsidies, when we're giving seeds, you are giving fertilizer, and you are giving cooperatives. That will drive Ugandans to form into groups than just saying that we have money for seeds, we have money for fertilizers, we have put money for irrigation, yet the people are not organized. So it means that as you are trying to fully monetize the economy, you have not targeted where you can put the money to ensure that there is full monetization of the sector, the full monetization of Ugandans.
Certainly, and I would say that maybe this is not just only confined to agriculture, as you say. Perhaps as we continue within the conversation, we should be able to look at the exact areas where this money is going to see whether it will produce value. But I know for a fact that at least the mining sector has been grappling with a number of challenges right from inception, and at least we have highlighted it as part of our priority sectors under the ATMs. We've said, okay, mineral development is very important. I want to know from you, Kenneth Asimwe, the CEO of Uganda Uganda Association of Artisanal and Small-Scale Miners. Is the mining sector being minded about from the lenses of the budget of the financial year 2026-2027 in terms of, one, the budgetary allocation, but then the specific areas where the money should be able to go to at least improve the sector? After all, it's part of the priority sectors under the ATMs.
Thank you, Mr. Wampamba. Budgeting is always the easiest process. You just put lines, you draw tables, and then you distribute money. Most of it is imaginary money. You don't even have it.
Yeah, we run a cash budget.
Yeah,
what we get is what we spend.
What you get is what you spend. Now, the biggest challenge is when you get it, where do you spend it? In the mining sector, regardless of the status quo, people are still producing. Gold is still on top of what we are exporting. The debate of, is it Ugandan gold, is it Congolese gold, is it Algerian gold? That notwithstanding, Uganda is still pushing gold where? So, if I was sitting in the Ministry of Finance today, I would make sure everyone is mining their acre of land. If they tell you you lie in a gold belt, I would expect everybody to be mining that acre, because domestically, a gram of gold is between 480 to 520,000 Uganda shillings. I would be financing that with a lot of effort. The effort that government has put there, we appreciate it. They are financing the Uganda National Mining Company. There is immense opportunity for the mining sector. The oil and gas sector has been financed up to a certain level. All our expectations are there. But there is a sector that is capable of solving our spending money we don't have. It is the mining sector. It has got a litany of minerals from which value can be derived, but no one is paying attention to it.
So the small-scale miners need to be supported.
They need to be supported because as we speak now, they hold 90% of our mineral output.
Okay.
Especially now, we need support on reduction of energy. We all know that production costs, energy contributes 40% of our overheads. Now imagine you're mining a kilogram of gold, competing with a Kenyan who is spending 12% on overheads, but you're selling to one same off-taker of the gold. They are already ahead of you in profit. Now, of the money that you make, most of it is going to go again into accessing your mine is also very difficult. The roads, the infrastructure are very difficult. Now, it takes me again to the process of becoming a small-scale miner. The amount of money that you need to get to mine just a few stones in your father's backyard, the litany of documents that you need is too much, that it encourages, instead of encouraging legal and properly formalized mining, people resort to illegal activity where they never report anything to the government. So if we remove those, Uganda has been in the news for scammers.
Yeah.
Scammers make their processes very seamless. That where a government is struggling to raise 3 billion today, a scammer has turned over that in 2 hours this morning. If you go to our police unit there, you'll see how many people have been cleaned out by making the processes very what? Very simple. To qualify for a license here, my friend, you will walk and just give up. Money makes money, but money takes a very short time. No one has a long waiting time. So if government wants to fund a budget, it should make processes of entering into the economy for production very simple
seamless
and very easy
do
for
you
people
see,
to do.
Do you see the budget reflecting that? Do you see the alacrity of government to do that within this budget?
The will may be there, but if you still have our department that manages minerals, it used to be a directorate, it became a department. From the look of things, it may end up just as a desk somewhere down there. So if they made it an authority and took some of the burdens like licensing, they remove them, and licensing and policy, you put them in the ministry, you leave the directorate, elevate it to an authority. The way we have the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Give them some bite, give them latitude to make decisions very quickly. Not to have to check with a litany of people who are littered all over the system, taking money that they shouldn't be taking, which should have gone somewhere else. Simplify these processes, declutter people, remove some, don't litter people all over the process. Put a few people that can make key decisions and improve efficiency. Money, to collect money, you need what?
Money.
Efficiency, and you need money to do this process. But every time you want to make money to finance your budget, and you're going through collecting 1 million signatures from people, the people who matter, those who don't matter, everyone wants to sign somewhere. Your red tape is too much, and it kind of slows down the process of generating money.
Certainly, and I would say I agree with you totally, having interacted with a number of miners. But Robert Byamukama, I want to bring you in here now. Very important and delicate topic within the budget, because I've told people budget reporting and budget discussions are easy. We discuss revenues, expenditure. Now, the revenue side is always harder because it comes with very hard conversations such as tax. It comes with hard conversations such as what am I remaining in terms of the profit margin out of which I'll be required to pay a corporate income tax. In terms of preparedness for the Ugandan private sector, how should they prepare effective 1st June? What are some of the costs that are going to change in terms of the way they produce, and then the tax proposals and how those might have to affect them, and how should they prepare ahead of time?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wampamba. Now, there are several amendments that have been made within the tax laws, tax regimes, many of them that are going to have an impact on the business and the private sector, people that are contributing to the revenue of the economy. However, many of them that have been made are most into the consumption and not into the profits of the corporate companies that we are seeing. Amendments such as increase on fuel, cooking oil, paint. So many of these are inputs that are being used into the manufacturing or the production of the money that is going to be used by the government. But it's also going to increase the cost in which production is going to happen. And later on will trickle into increase of prices, and yeah, these are things that are going to affect the business person. The other amendment is regards to the VAT threshold that has been created, has been doubled up to 300 million for one to belong into that threshold. The advantage of that is that, one, they're going to reduce on the cost of administration, being able to follow up on those that are within a category that is within the 300 million. But then also going to have an effect that those that are below that 300 may be difficult for one to be able to collect money from them. So I think some of these amendments should be looked at in a broader perspective of where should the money go? Is it where should the money come from? Is it from the profits that the corporate companies are making, or the consumption? The other issue, the other amendment is in regards to the withholding, 5% that has been put on the financing that is coming from outside. This is going to have an effect on restructuring of loans. People have to revisit the loans that have, companies are going to have to revisit the loans that they have acquired from foreign companies. And also it's going to have an effect on the documentation, on how they are going to have to file these returns and also adjust to the tax amendments that have been made. So there's going to be need to plan better and very fast, because 1st July is not far from now. You should be able to put your accounting systems in place and also be able to have a document discipline, because what is going to happen is that there's going to be strict enforcement, much as because of the smaller tax base that we are having, narrow tax base that we are having. And then the other that is available, which is good, are some of the waivers that have been introduced in the tax amendments, such as the waiver of tax that has been accumulating from the past due 2016. So the advantage is that is going to be taken away, and it's going to probably redirect money that would have gone to pay taxes into investing in the business. The other waiver again is on the interest and penalties that have accumulated, that has been pushed to June 2027. If you're able to pay that, the principal of that, then the interests are going to be waived away. So those are some of the things that business people should look into and be prepared to take advantage of, and also plan for the next financial year.
Yeah, but in a jiffy, how effective is the financing mechanism for the budget for the financial year 2026-2027? You see, it's a lot that needs to be collected. My last conversation with the people at URA, they're saying, okay, while we wrap up the financial year 2025-2026, we are looking down at the numbers. They're highly likely to hit or surpass the target, but the domestic revenue mobilization. Last time I spoke to the commissioner, was telling me that yeah, they are a little down, and they're a little down on the target by about 3 billion shillings or even more, and that they would want to hit that in the remaining few days to the beginning of the new financial year. By and large, how effective is the financing strategy for the financial year 2026-2027 vis-a-vis the huge target that has been set for the revenue collector?
I think regarding the financing is good. The focus will now be on the efficiency. How are we going to collect this money? Or where is it going to come from? Is it going to be something that is tedious for the revenue, and how prepared are they? the money that is going to come from what has been invested, one is going to go to compliance. How compliant are the taxpayers? And that means URA has to push more energy into enforcement on how they're going to collect these monies. The other is on completion of projects. They've invested money into projects, but is this money coming out? And how fast are they going to complete these projects and for them to be able to realize? When you go to the first oil, when this oil comes out and the money is coming for the financing, how are we going to spend it? How prepared are we? You know, when there's money, there's an appetite for spending as well. So then we need, the government needs to put in place a mechanism of how they are going to be able to spend this money, allocate it properly, and be able to recoup what they expect out of the budget.
Just coming back to the Minister of Finance here, and these are conversations that happen almost on a daily in the private sector, right? So effective 1st July, you expect a tax of 200 shillings per litre of fuel. And we are not seeing any headways come from the Middle East. We can only put our hands together and say, may the Geneva discussions yield fruit. So a 200 shillings tax on a litre of fuel in this current context, don't you see that affecting most of the other sectors, including the businesses that are supposed to have minimal costs of production so they can be able to even remit higher when it comes to corporate income tax? After all, they will have minimal costs of production.
Yeah, thank you, NBS. In terms of taxes, tax is just one component of the drivers of cost of production. Okay. And we have studied the impact of excise duty on business, and we think that if this shock does not persist, it is not going to have a significant impact. Basically because government has been investing in reducing the cost of business, especially in infrastructure, by providing money to almost all the segments of the economy, including those who are outside the money economy through the parish development model. So if we can ensure that this money is used properly, then a mere increase in tax on fuel may not have significant impact, because we have transformed this economy in a way that people even conduct business online. There is internet, there is electricity everywhere now. We just need to improve the business environment by making sure that the roads are done. So if the money that we send to local governments is used properly, such that we don't have potholes on the road, that will reduce the cost of going to the market, because it is not only driven by fuel, it is driven by the conditions of our road, it is driven by the cost of money, it is driven by the services that we provide in education, in health. So we just not need to dwell on one thing. Let the institutions of government that are responsible in delivering services improve these services. If they improve the services, then you will reduce costs overall. You will find that transport is just one element, and that maybe the cost of money is the one which is. Talking of 84 trillion, but for us actually we talk about 119 trillion. Under for growth strategy or LDP4, we have said that the private sector is supposed to contribute 30%.
Yeah.
So if you add 30% on the 84,
Let me-
it comes to 119.
Yeah.
So we must put in place measures that cheap capital.
I hear you. I hear you.
FDI, and once we do that, I can assure you, some of these taxes will be absorbed by the businesses and overall we shall enhance profitability
and productivity,
and that is going to make us even collect more taxes.
Certainly.
So it's about now execution.
It's about execution.
My neighbor started from.
And that's exactly why I wanted to go to him, because he's usually at the forefront of complaining about some of these government projects, some of which are stalled. And civil society has gotten a wise way of they call them white elephants, whatever that means. And Dr. Arthur, for absorption of government, we've contracted a lot of debt, and most of that is going into infrastructure development. Infrastructure development for projects that some have stalled, others are lacking for feasibility studies, and some of them are indeed stalling. What are some of the reforms that you want to see within public investment management that should be able to increase the absorption levels for the money that we contract to be able to put up some of these projects to develop the country ultimately?
No, I hear my brother, very good aspirations, but then one, we have to accept that actually the increment, the tax on oil is going to have an impact. Because already now, because actually you touch oil, you touch fuel, it has a ripple effect on every sector of the economy. Already we are grappling with these prices that are occasioned by the war in the Middle East. And I think Iran has crossed the Strait of Hormuz again. And then the month is ending, the tax comes into play. So that is going to have an effect, so you need to study it again, because what you have is an assumption. The second thing is that there are other roadblocks. For example, the PDM is a very good thing. It's a game changer, but we need to effectively implement it. Stop wastage, because there is that wastage. Improve coordination, run government as one. Because you see, Minister of Finance is very efficient. And actually, Accord and CSBAG and CIATIN, we are partners with Minister of Finance under BTI, Budget Transparency Initiative. So we have been involved in the whole budget architecture, and we think that the Minister of Finance is well intentioned and mobilized. But to act about other MDAs, other agencies of government, are they working together? For example, we're talking about the completion of projects in this country. It takes a long time. And then you have contracted debt to finance these projects. The interest is accruing. And actually completion is not so. Okay, there are a number of reasons. Land itself is cumbersome. Land because of the legal regime, of the system that we have, where land belongs to the people, and someone can say the road will not pass. I want this, and the road just stops there. That's one. But second, so that affects the completion of the project, but it has a bearing when on the market access, when our products can reach. For example, now you are going to have increased production because of EDM, but you don't have market access. Things are going to be rotting there, and he has told you, as a gentleman, that yesterday that has been done 80% of post-harvest handling. So market access is the issue. So are you working? Is the means of works transport working in tandem, same pace? Is the land question being sorted out so that you can move together? But I also have the issue that I think Uganda, we have tended to move as though Uganda is an island. Even our budget sometimes doesn't speak so much to the East African community, to the African market. And then, yes, we have succeeded. We have the lowest inflation, below 4%, which is good. Our currency is very stable. We are projected to grow at 2-digit growth. But, my friend, we have wars around. We have Ebola around. Those actually need to be factored in, which could push actually our projections down. But also, we have also, I think, profited through chaos because of the chaotic situation in Africa. You have Sudan, it has broken down, and people have run here. Perhaps the middle class with the dollars and what that is pumping our growth. You have South Sudan in case they come. You have DR Congo, but so you see that we may be because of our good refugee policy. People come, they bring that.
Yeah.
But if you,
I hear you.
But you need now to be planning in a best case scenario, peacetime conditions. If things, if Sudan stabilizes, if this, would we still grow like that?
I think you've poked the ministry so much, and I think it needs a fair chance to respond. In just a minute, just respond to him before we continue on to the next discussion.
I think what my neighbor is raising is not any different. He's talking about inefficiency, and what we are talking as government is to address that inefficiency. If the budget transparency initiative is working with Ministry of Finance, maybe we need to take it down to all programs and ensure that these programs do what they are supposed to do. And I'm saying if they do it, you will not even mind about fuel. Okay? We shall move as fast as possible and even have fast oil, maybe before the end of this year, generate more money and make or even reduce the taxes. The other thing is URA. If we ensure that everybody pays tax, because I think about 1,000 taxpayers pay 76% of the entire of the tax revenue. Now, if we can ensure that we streamline that, and everybody pays now that we have created incentives, everybody now is being given money, even as low as the parishes. So if we can now create that consensus and ensure that everybody is brought into the tax net. All these businesses are helped to become more profitable and they pay tax. We can reduce the taxes. So we are trying to create efficiency both in execution and revenue mobilization and ensure that the entire government is more effective and we remove those distortions. So I challenge the Budget Transparency Initiative to also look outside the Ministry of Finance, because now if we concentrate on the Ministry of Finance and make it the best, the ministry, and we leave energy, we leave trade, we leave local government, we allow them to do whatever they want in those up-country districts, we are losing a lot of money. This affect accountability of all the cows, the chairman, LC5, and ensure that every coin matters. You will even save. So those things should be looked into and that's what we are doing.
So there is no debate as to implementing effective implementation of the budget. There is no debate as to that. And that is why I seek to bring in you, Aloysius. Look here. For many people, and this we always say, that the budget is the biggest financial statement of the year. The most important business decisions can be derived right from the budget. So from 11th, people have been looking at this budget. They had the budget speech. I want you to just help the private sector and maybe civil society in terms of budget transparency initiatives. Are there any opportunities that you can point a Ugandan to say, okay, here is where the money is going to be, and like the people in the banking sector say, put your mouth where the money is. I want to be able to know those specific areas such that I can help a businessman downtown Chikubu and someone that has just gotten a windfall of about 10 million shillings to know where they can invest to get a good return on their investment. What are some of the opportunities that you foresee in the budget that came out that was read out to the country on the 11th of June?
Thank you very much. Allow me to first add my voice on the reforms, especially on the debt. And our debate and our advocacy and the call to the government is that we need to borrow when we have already set where we are going to use the money for. Because you find that we borrow the money and we leave it there in the consolidated fund and we pay commitment fees. But yet you knew that this project is not ready. We haven't secured the right of way. You haven't cleared each and everything. You don't have a feasibility study for that. Why would you borrow and then increase the burden on the citizens of Uganda? So for us, we are saying that first, government should borrow when the project is ready to start off, so that we make sure that each penny we borrow is used effectively. And in addition to the tax component, actually, if someone is saying that the burden is not going to be maybe felt, we are feeling it now. You look at those ones who are using their own cars. Those ones who are using taxis, prices have increased, and that cascades down to each and everything we are consuming currently. And you have to look at how much do we earn as Ugandans, which we saw even, that's what we are requesting the government. Can you increase the threshold for the pay as you earn? Because a normal Ugandans, we're just creating leakages. You're creating bribery and corruption. Because what I'm earning every month cannot sustain me as an individual, paying for rent, transport to go where I'm supposed to work. I'm supposed to take my kids to school. I'm supposed to consume. So you find that those are the things we are trying to talk about. And we need to make sure that as we are looking at the tax, as you have said that you did an excise duty study, we need to go ahead and do more. We know that the DRMS, Domestic Revenue Mobilization Strategy, looked at doing an increase of 200 shillings after 2 years. But now the circumstance on the ground was not enabling us to go ahead.
The context is different.
Because even regardless of that increase in tax, the market as it is, we don't regulate price fuels in Uganda. We don't regulate electricity. But when you look at who is suffering more, who in terms of production even, but also even transport, people are footing. So to me, if you're saying that even we have not, regardless of the war and the global geopolitics around fuel, we have a problem and we need to look into that.
Okay.
When it comes to opportunities, to me, I think as he indicated, the ATMs, we have to look into that. Any Ugandan who is looking at how can I benefit from this budget is supposed to look at the ATM. First of all, if you're looking at agro-industrialization, where can I put my money as an investor? Is it in terms of value addition? If I do value addition on a particular item, will I be in position to access the market? Because it is not like a one point, it is a chain. So to enable Ugandans to benefit effectively in this budget, if the government is going to put money there, because at the end of the day, if you don't have the opportunity to access a contract from the government where the money is going to flow, it means that you're supposed to engage in production. You are supposed to engage in the market chain. So if it is agriculture or agro-industrialization, where can someone benefit from is in terms of, should I go to the farm? Should I stop at a value addition? Should I stop should I be at the marketplace or selling? So to me, I think all those opportunities are there where Ugandans can benefit from, but you find that someone can concentrate in production. But when you produce, because we don't have stable markets, but also even prices, you might find that you are going to be challenged. So to me, when it comes to because we don't have the receipting system on each and everything, that you are going to bring your coffee to us, maybe the coffee is okay, maybe the maize, if you're going to bring your maize to us, we have at least a minimum price for maize. So that if you are selling to us, you don't incur that total loss because we have volatility in the prices. So to me, I think when it comes to all the changes in the agricultural sector, there are opportunities, but we need to make sure that the people who are doing businesses, people who are investing money there, they can benefit in the investments they have entered in. When it comes to what my colleague was talking about, the mining and mineral sector, there are opportunities. And I was challenging one of our colleagues who was saying that, okay, we are going to put money now, the ministry is doing, even looking at putting the money, constructing mineral markets. And the question is there is the problem around the mineral markets. If you want to address the problem of smuggling, if you want to address the problem of IFFs or illicit flow of raw materials that are not, which have not, where we don't add value on them and they just go out, should we just go to the market, or you can start from the mining area where people needs, at least we can construct what we call common user facilities, so that each one who is going into the pit can come and add value before he enters into the market. So to me, there are opportunities, but we have not put money where we can realize value, but also supporting the people within those sectors. When it comes to tourism, it is beautiful, and the government has put money there. And to me, I think we currently we should appreciate and go beyond the road sector development. We should construct rail lines in the area. We go into a number of debts and we acquire a lot of debts, but we don't put a lot of money where we can get value. Should we construct rail lines so that if I'm going to Gulu, it doesn't take me 6 to 7 hours to reach Gulu, or 8 hours. I can use a train, electrified, go to Gulu, even take a cup of tea, do what I'm supposed to do, and come back to Kampala, maybe if I'm staying in Kampala or Wakiso. So to me, we need to go beyond that to ensure that if we are going, because you see, we are going to construct Chidepo, this road, we are going to, can we put electrification of those rail lines? And we say that in the long run, in the short run, we are going to incur the cost. But in the long run, we'll be positioned to harvest, because we are going to boost tourism within the area, but also we are going to facilitate trade within the area and other businesses. So to me, there are those specific areas which have potential, and if people can invest money there, they can get money. But we need to look at how effective can we support them. There is a proposal to put refreshment centers. The question is, are they key? Are they key for stimulating tourism within the area? So to me, all those things, we need to look at them and then make sure that where we put our money, even those ones who are supposed to benefit from where we are putting the money. For instance, the government has exempted, I think, construction of hotels and tourism facilities. It is a good thing. So those ones who have money to do so, they can go ahead and invest money. But the other challenge is, even when there are opportunities that are being provided, the cost of access to credit is a tug of war. How can we increase liquidity and money? We have a full monetization of the sector. We are just giving money to others, but it will not contribute to the change. So we need to go ahead and revise and make sure, if we organize these people, not only to have money, but to increase on production and productivity as you are benefiting from the PDM. And lastly, the technology. It's a beautiful thing. To me, we are moving digital and globalized. If we put money there and make sure that we put incubators, they are calling them fin technical, but the incubators that can support, because the challenge we have is, and I like what you have put under the innovation and technology of supporting IPRs, intellectual property rights. So it is beautiful, but we have to make sure, how can we support startups in the digital arena to make sure that we have people who are doing startups in IT, among others. We have beautiful educated students from the universities, but you find that they can access maybe the institution or university laboratories, but they don't have access to computers. They don't have access to laptops. If we have those incubators where we have put facilities at least each level to support these kids who are intellectual in terms of building ideas and algorithms, then we will be in position to move ahead.
Certainly. So ideation needs to be supported and it's a long go. It's investment in the long go, from ideation to incubation, all up to when we see the final product. And I agree with you totally. Only if the money was there. And like I was saying, we run a cash budget. What we collect is what we spend. Mr. Sim, I want to engage you in here on the very important and critical aspect when it comes to government has an aspiration of saying that it collects just enough from the mining sector. After all, it has a very huge potential. And the numbers don't lie. The gold exports that Uganda has been showing off, and like we've said, the debate of whether it is ours or not can be for another day. But the numbers are reflecting an increase in the gold exports. How is government balancing the act between sponsoring or financing of the mining sector and the revenues that it is collecting from that? Is it investing more than it is taxing, or it is taxing more than it invests?
Thank you for that question. Two things. Aloysius talked about two major points before I come to your question. Pay as you earn is the most is a low-hanging fruit for government, and because of it, it has made government so lazy that they don't want to think of other alternatives. Okay. You see, pay as you earn, again, I'll give credit to all. We have a panel of men. We don't have a lady here. But this is a special appreciation to all these women that run these small shops. Mama Nachintu, Mama Sura, in our neighborhood. Uganda is a sachet economy. Most of these people that you see in suits with four-wheel drives, they run these small books of Mabanja in their neighborhoods, where once now government smiles in their pocket on the 30th or 28th, then they go back to talk to Mama Abdallah, who they have been avoiding through the whole month.
Yeah, they go and pay.
So she's subsidizing your household as you are running all over producing these fancy documents in offices. She's the one supporting the real what? The real economy. So I appreciate those women very, very much. Now, that brings me back to Bubu. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. These pay as you earn money that you chop off to buy Land Cruisers. Now, I'll give you the scenario of a Land Cruiser. I happen to work close to where rich people park. These vehicles, 600 million comes at 8 in the morning. It is parked in the parking lot from 8
to 5.
600 million
seated there.
Is there. It is a guest house for a driver for 30 days. 600 what? Do you know how much that money would turn out if it went to a mining site, into a common user facility he talked about? You'd be generating money from that 600 million every day. I don't know why government doesn't run a Uber system that if an officer wants to move, they just ping a car that is idle in the parking lot at Parliament or Ministry of Finance or Ministry of whatever, and it comes picks
after all, they are all
instead of cars. 8 officials all going for one meeting, all showing up, burning fuel like it is being supplied for free. So pay as you earn money, leave it in the pockets of Ugandans, and you give us performance targets. That if you're collecting, for example, 10 million from me, and I can prove to URA that I spent 7 million on buying Ugandan products, I've stimulated consumption of products of Uganda which would have actually stayed on the shelf. You've collected VAT, excise duty, all these duties that you've piled there. I don't feel that tax like I'm being directly, you're taking money away from me and financing some luxury somewhere. Then number two, where government has an opportunity, is let districts pay their members of parliament. Then that will stop members of parliament looking like they are salesmen of government to us. I come from a district which collects 250 million.
250 million
every year.
Yeah, and it is paying its MP.
In that year, government has spent 1 billion and 80 million shillings on the 2 MPs that we sent to the house to come and tell us PDM. In PDM, you are giving seedlings of coffee to a person who has failed to take care of Dodo. How are you going to return that money? The financing of PDM that money should be given to people who purchase the produce. Then they run that thing effectively. If government wants returns, go to the person who buys beans, for example, from the whole of Ruimi in Fort Porto, and you finance him and you tell him, we want you to produce this quota, finance these people to produce this quota. You're giving this money to an NRM mobilizer, who the best thing they know what to say is PDM. They do not know how production is done. They just say we delivered money. How are you going to pay back that money? You get soil science. We have a soil fertilizer policy without a soil policy. The best laboratories we have for soil are in Kampala. How do I carry samples from Kisoro? Ndego, I come from Mshanje in Rwanda.
To come to Kampala.
To come to Kampala. You have idle laboratories of agriculture where you have a lab assistant, you have an agriculture teacher who need just basic training, upgrade them, add them some small money on their salary through the school, so that you have a soil lab at every sub-county where there is a secondary school, so that people understand that this soil needs some bit of lime, needs some phosphates. Otherwise, you will never tell me you are going to generate money when you are just waking up in the morning by faith living by faith. Now, I go back to your question. Does government want more from where it is putting, less or nothing? As we speak now, that is the scenario. Mining has been presented as a sector where people don't pay taxes. No. These licenses are known. The miners are known. There is this concept that is moving around of formalization of artisanal and small-scale miners. How do you formalize a person that is already formalized? They ask you for a national ID. You can never go on a cadastre without being what?
Without being
formalized.
registered.
You're already a known entity. From your NIN, from your TIN, they are converting our TINs into NINs. So government knows you. Everywhere you're going to do an activity, they do what? They know you. Simplify entry into these easy things. We have got the construction of roads and our SGR now. They are in need of ballast. Ballast is basic. People make mining look very complex. Mining is very simple. It is breaking a rock, putting it into a size that is required by the market, and providing it to the what?
To the market.
To the market. Who makes mining very complex and very expensive? People who show up with documents. Do EIA. Now EIA, you've told me to only mine 10 meters deep. You want an EIA that lasts 4 months. I gather a whole sub-county, spend money on gathering to discuss a pit of 10 meters deep. That delays you from getting a license. Have they carried out an EIA for all the pit latrines that even go 10 meters deeper? No. But they're saying because you're going to mine, life must be very complicated for you. What do they come and do for borders? They don't even check if you know how to ride it. You just go to Fresh Technology, they give you their paper, you go and die with the Mulago roundabout. So why make it very simple and make it very hard
for miners?
And hard for miners. The rock is just in my father's what? In my father's backyard. Where you're making it very difficult. Okay. If you go to Texas, where oil business started from, oil was treated as farming. That is why you hear farming contracts. It was a farm, basic. But when you come to us with running with things we don't comprehend very well, someone comes and tells you green energy. There is no green energy on earth. It will never be there. It is a Father Christmas story. The cheapest and easiest way of combating carbon is as basic as planting a tree. Not someone sending you a fancy project that we're going to come to Uganda now. Every miner should show us how we will capture their carbon and go keep it in the Black Sea. Why do you want me to adopt expensive technology when all I need is to plant a what? A tree. So when government keeps on bringing these blockades for itself, you wonder what exactly
they want to achieve.
Are they trying to achieve? You want to produce? Then on the day, people say, okay, now that without your financing, let's go and produce. This brings me to another fact. Miners pay 2% in the money they use. Common borrowing apps, Kwasa, Quick Loan. If you are broke like me, you will know them.
Mangu Cash.
Mangu Cash.
Yeah.
They lend you at 2% every what?
Every day.
Every day. That is what people gather between themselves. The way we are here, borrow your maximum, we go, we pan, we get the gold, we return the money of Mangu Cash. Tomorrow we repeat the what? The cycle.
Do the same.
If government does not, we may not necessarily want government to come and fund miners, but make access to money
very
easy and make money very cheap. That is why all your agricultural loans are busy working in the mining sector, and you wonder, where is the gold coming from? It is coming from financing by agricultural loans. People who have collateral can go to the bank and say, here is my farm in Mubende. It is 700 acres. I produce this coffee. Once you give him the money, he'll come to us who are in mining and he tells you,
the miners.
Money has come. So when the money has come, you start using that to produce. And now Ministry of Finance cannot explain where everything, where you wake up and Nigeria has grown from Chiwatule, it is now joining Luweru. And you cannot explain how, because you are not doing your duty most of the times.
Okay.
The Bank of Uganda buying gold is a very welcome idea.
Very, very important.
Extremely very welcome. But when you come to the market, please act like other buyers. There are no privileges. Pre-finance like everyone is pre-financing. Don't go and start coming with government and you say, okay, now when we put mineral markets, the law says you must give us 20% of your gold. Pay for it and I mine it. Because the people I'm supplying right now, they hedged me. That's why I'm doing what? I'm supplying. But we will come World Bank into the market. It is going to improve the space, because if you're going to give me premium money from Uganda, and please, business people and tax collectors, premium money does not mean profit money. Premium is just the money looks very big, but it is not a synonym for profit.
Certainly. We will return with the discussion on. We just pick up the discussion from there, because it is something that I wanted to comment on earlier on, to say, okay, this gold purchasing program is good as it looks, but how do the miners themselves comprehend it, and how is it contributing positively to the mining sector? But then also another important discussion about the cost of money. We can speak about this until the cows return home. When government is still borrowing at 16%, then you, the risky Hakim, why are we lending you money at 1 or 2 percentage points above the CBR? Let us return with that discussion and to see to it that the private sector can get affordable financing to be able to continue doing the job or the critical role that it does. But most importantly, where are the opportunities, and what does the budget carry with it into your pockets? We return with all that after the break.
Better study tips. Scammers often pose as friends or family to gain your trust. Always verify requests for money or personal data, even if they seem urgent. A quick call to the person or company claiming to contact you can save you from falling victim to this deceit. In partnership with Uganda Communications Commission and NBS.
Comedy Festival bila mukageri rugogo muhuma showground mutenti bwaguga ku Saturday nga July buli comedian gwamanyi mu Uganda wano aja kuberayo Amoti Malanguzi, MC Mariaki, MC Kapare, Madwata Nchiko, Maulana and Rain, Mary Hatumbeto, Bizonto, Mickey Sims Too Funny, Nswangere, Teacher Mpamile, Bobby Brown and Nilo, Sammy and Shawan, Tata Wayakite, Tata Sam, Mama Sam, Tulibana family, Habazebe Bama, Sangana Nantume, Muzai Kaladi, Kachapizo, Ivan She Queen, Malaria Chisati, The Talkers, Carrera, Namiomba Comedy, Kojakabaya Nekas Wekapo, Chukamba and Sunny, Samuel Hash, Fizi Pro, Ticket Yozigura Kumomo, Kamunyenye Mumkagatano, Kamunyenye Billy Zero, Kadara, tiketi y'obwagigula ku momo ya mitwalo 5 naye nga ku miryango ya mitwalo 10 emmeeza y'abantu 8 ya milioni 2 VIP ya mitwalo 15 kale bookinga nga bukyali Juliana Kanyongozi King Saha Wininwaji Irene Nambiru nga July Yerugogo Muma Showground Comedy Festival 2026 ategekedwa Abitex Promotion.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuliro nguwulira muli mu mutima kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, endungu ya kusabula. We gonna do free on fire, free on fire, free on fire.
Abalimi ba Uganda babano bavuddeyo abayiyambye obulimi n'obulunzi basenvudde bonna bakuŋŋaanye lumo. Sanyuka TV ekuleetedde omwoleso gw'ebyobulimi n'obulunzi. Tulime, tulunde, tufune Agric Expo Julayi 24 paka 26. Enkuyanja y'abalimi bamusiga nsimbi abayiiya abalina obutale n'abasuubula ebirime bonna mu kifo kimu. Guno si mwoleso bwoleso wabula nno ntabiro y'ebyobulimi n'obulunzi mu Uganda. Jangu osisinkane abakugu oyige ate okulaakulane mu mwoleso gw'ebyobulimi n'obulunzi. Tulime, tulunde, tufune Agric Expo Julayi 24 paka 26 ku Next Media Park. Okumanya ebisingawo kuba ennamba yaffe 0760 00 890.
Looking for a household cleaner that truly delivers? Meet Appo, the antibacterial cleaning powder for bathrooms and surfaces. Appo is formulated for 3-dimensional cleaning. It's a scouring agent that scrubs off dirt and stains, a germicide that kills 99.9% of household germs, and it works with water to wash everything away, leaving your bathrooms and ceramics hygienic and sparkling clean. Keep up hygiene standards without breaking the budget. Switch to Appo today. Appo is available at supermarkets and convenience stores countrywide.
Love doesn't end at I do. That's where the real journey begins. This year, the Bride and Groom Expo 2026 invites you to experience Beyond I Do, a journey of love, home and family. From planning your dream wedding to building your dream home, from unforgettable honeymoons to starting a family and making the right financial decisions for your future, it's all here under one roof. Meet trusted experts in home living, real estate, finance, parenting and lifestyle. Discover ideas, solutions, and inspiration to guide your next chapter. Whether you're newly engaged, newly married, or building your future together, this is your complete life journey experience. Happening 26 to 28 June 2026 at the Uma Multipurpose Hall. To book a stall, call 0772 354 940. Don't just plan a wedding, plan beyond it.
Reggae live in concert at Kolo Airstrip na Musambu August chekivuro ekigenda okubeera eky'omwaka. Get ready for the biggest Ugandan show mu style ya Kitombola waggulu Matala, screen, stage ne sound nga byonna bya Phenom Records. Sinye emitwalo 3 ale badi ng'okozesa momo emitwalo 2 by'eby'emitwalo emitwalo 5 ale badi ng'oguze ku momo emitwalo 3 emmeeza y'abantu 6 ya milioni 2 ey'abantu 8 ya milioni 3 nyiga kamunyenye mu 65 kamunyenye 20 otunga tiketi yawe Reggie yata Western Uganda n'amaani ati ninyekabembara ababushenyi igara byantonde abeibanda rukungiri mwije murebe umwana wanyu natera nat Honda eno shotwagara mu byandi byanywa mate ebishagara ebishapa stacking koranyenye Colorado Strip Musambu August bitegekedwa Abitex Promotions.
Gentlemen, you're welcome. Gentlemen, we're back on air. A very good morning to you, and thank you so much for still being part of the post-budget spotlight. We are still having this conversation. I sometimes wish you could have a glimpse and hear exactly what happens when we go off air. We have even hotter debates when we go into the break. Gentlemen, let's return to the discussion. And I think we need to just finalize the discussion about artisanal miners, how they get organized, how they become business ventures, how government can intervene to organize them better, to even get more benefits from them in form of taxation. Asimwe, I want to know from you, what is your single most important pain that you think if government was able to address that, mining as a sector would be able to contribute positively to national development?
My single biggest point is that if we can adopt environmental management plans for artisanal and small-scale miners, you will unlock a lot of potential for mining activity to happen. Why so? The people who have evolved that we go to benchmark on are adopting the one single magic bullet to unlocking the artisanal and small-scale mining sector that we are consistently reneging on. EIAs, what they call environmental impact and social assessments, are for large players. When you tell a group of 400 people who are going to manage 20 pits, who can't even raise 4 million a month, that they do an EIA of $10,000, $30,000, what are you doing? You are locking them out, and as soon as you lock them out, if you bring an FDI person, trust me, they are not going to go to Kabong and mine that place. I don't care how many guns you have, they are not going to mine that place peacefully. Because the locals are going to protect their what? Their resource. Weak people know how to defend themselves as well. You cannot edge them out and think you'll sail through. You're going to mine at a high expense because you're going to fence everywhere. The natural fence is removed of the social contract to operate is removed. So you'll have an army, you'll have private security guards, you'll have drones to patrol your mine. Now you're mining at a very costly
cost.
Now, I come to the issue of formalizing and organizing artisanal miners. This issue is very interesting. I've been working on it with the Ministry of Trade and a number of players. These groups that people say are not formalized, they are formalized. They know how to run, they have constitutions, they can vote in their people, they know who is truthful in their groups, they know who is honest, they know who is not. Now, we have a tendency of people coming from Kampala that go to villages and assume they now understand these villages because they have read a lot of reports written about them by so many other people. These people know themselves very well. When you get to the ground, that is why they invented rural rapid appraisal and participatory rural learning. So that when you sit with them and learn with them, don't assume that because you have a PhD, you don't have a PhD in Mubende. You may have it in your topic, but you don't have it in what? In Mubende dynamics. Sit and work with these people. They understand what they are doing. A person who gets 1 gram of gold from 1 million grams of mud is not an idiot. Is a person who understands what they are doing. What they are doing. Listen to them. Otherwise, they will tell you what you want to hear. They will send you the people you think you should meet. And the real people who are decision makers will stay aside and see your project and your programs fail. So let us listen to these people. Most of these people have reached project and business development stage. Not to bring your ID, sign here, where is your name, who is your mother. People have gone past that what? That stage of formalization.
They are ready for takeoff.
They are ready for business now. Now, when you come to me, when I'm at a stage of being financed, I'm looking for money to put a CIP plant or to do EIA and complete my process. And you are now teaching me how to open a bank account. People are coming for financial literacy. Do you think I'm going to stay in your program? So let us come and work with people at the stage where they are. Don't assume that people are infants when they have passed the infancy stage.
Certainly.
So my call is that all opportunities for young people, teach yourself the periodic table religiously, please. And people tell you gold, it is not even the most expensive mineral. The most right now, the mineral that fetches money is rhodium. Very few people want to link the periodic table to the London Metal Exchange, Shanghai Metal Exchange. That is where the money is. Spend your time and understand these things, then come in the space. We have artisanal miners who are ready to provide all the ballast that is required to construct the SGR. But you should know the difficulty they will go through as they wait for someone who has the money, who looks like they are big, to come and tell you, okay, now I have failed to compensate the other people, so I want to provide ballast. Then now the project goes a million years, yet you could have financed me, the owner of the land, and I mine the ballast and I supply it. But you give the project to your cohort, and then they come and I can't give them access to my land, of course. Tell me that I partner with them. We need to talk to people with less elite arrogancy. When you come, your license requires my what? My consent as a landowner. So let us talk as businessmen. Let us formalize these people. People are looking for business, not lectures.
I wanted to talk to, before I bring you in, I understand you've been locked out of this artisanal mining conversation out, but let's first get it out of the way. From the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, where does the biggest problem seem to stem from? We have a full Mining and Miners Act with its regulations. I understand it's operational. Where are we still finding challenges? Because in solving his challenge lies a very huge opportunity for the government in terms of tax collection. Where is the biggest problem? What problem have you faced in terms of implementation of the already existing act plus the attendant regulations? Because in there lies a very huge opportunity for you.
Okay, I think in terms of Ministry of Finance, our role was to put in place legal and regulatory frameworks. And we've gone ahead and established the governance framework. We have the mining company, we have Ministry of Energy. We want this industry to be regulated like we have done with the petroleum industry. So for us to achieve that, there must be proper exploration, to quantify these minerals and understand what we have. And that is what is going to unlock investment in the sector. Okay. And we are moving ahead in doing that. We have provided resources to the Ministry of Energy to conduct this exploration. And that now also brings in the artisanal miners. We have not neglected them. The law also provides for them to get licenses, to get permits, and be able to develop artisanal mining as a business, so that they can be tracked in terms of what they are doing and also helped. Because we have wealth creation programs that they can take advantage of. Because that is some form of omwoga. We have wealth creation program called Emyoga, which provides the money to enterprises like artisanal miners. So if we organize them into groups or even companies that can be supported by government and they can easily be identified, I think there is a very big investment or business opportunity. And we have even gone ahead and allowed Bank of Uganda to enter into this business and also provide competition. Because some of them actually cheated by unregulated business. But now, through Bank of Uganda, we have enhanced regulation. Ministry of Trade has planned to establish organized markets. I think one in Tongamo and another one is expected in Uheju district. Those will now create organized markets so that people have where to take their gold and sell it. But for that, openly. Yes, openly, not the people who have paid in advance. You know, that one also actually happens in coffee. People go in a garden of maize, they pay in advance. You think they pay the market price? Because somebody is crying, and that's why the president actually came up with PDM, so that everybody can have some money and be able to control their own businesses. So government And I don't want us to handle investment matters as if it is buying chicken or gonja on the road. They take processes, they take time. If you look at NDP3, the things we started have started delivering. Before we get oil and gas, we are almost achieving our double-digit GDP. Now what happens when it comes? We shall streamline and make sure that things which have been tough on us can now be made easier, and the private sector is going to flourish. So what I advise my colleague is that as an association, we have private sector development unit under Ministry of Finance. It helps associations like you. You come and we see how to organize artisanal miners as a business which is open, done in the open, and we see how to grow it, because it is in the interest of government. When it grows, of course, a district like Buweri, it's one of the districts which has no tarmac. But do you know how much gold comes from there? It is because it is not known who is doing it. So if we put there a market, a gold market, we are going to monitor now and understand the contribution that the district actually provides to this economy. And some of those things will be done.
Certainly, because we are speaking about compliance challenges, formalization, which pretty much lie within the ambit of tax advisory, and I want to be able to go to that direction. What tax compliance challenges do you anticipate in courtesy of the proposals that came in the budget for the financial year 2026-2027? What are some of those, and what are the ways through which we can be able to navigate those? Because at the end of the day, the PSST usually says, never invite government to your doorstep. I don't want government to come and knock on my door to say, let me look at the books once again. What are some of the compliance challenges that you anticipate, and how should the private sector, most of which is made of micro, small, and medium enterprises, be able to navigate that route?
Thank you very much for the question. Going to the SMEs, some of the challenges that they may likely to incur, especially in the amendments that have come. I'll speak to VAT and also the excise duty that has been passed. With the VAT, the threshold has been increased to 300. But now, one of the challenges is going to be that you're going to have a certain category of people that would want to deliberately stay under that category, which is going to make it difficult for the government to be able to collect VAT from them if they would have collected then. The other challenge is going to be on inputs, the cost of inputs that they're using. It's going to be very hard for them to be able to meet the margins within their small entities. And lastly would be in terms of formalization, organizing themselves. How good or what efforts have been made to help these companies or entities to put themselves in order to be able to fit within the compliance. Some of these compliance measures are very complicated or very technical, that it may be difficult for them to appreciate what it needs for me to file a return. How simplified can the associations or government put in place some of these mechanisms that it should be a simple document that I need to fill and then be able to submit. And it's also not going to be an additional cost for me that I need to hire someone to be able to do the work for me. So these are some of the things that they'll need to put in place and also consider regarding compliance in collection of tax.
Certainly, and I agree totally, because I've seen MSMEs trying to complain around compliance. Raising of the VAT threshold has been quite big for them, I should say, wondering how the compliance levels will be able to move, but that is a conversation that we can continue to monitor as the new financial year comes in. Dr. Arthur, we've been listening to the conversation of districts that can't collect 250 million shillings within a financial year, and they spend quite a huge amount of money of payment of the MP. And I was looking back at that conversation, and I want to bring it within the light of governance and oversight. how can Parliament increase or strengthen its supervisory and oversight role, more so for these districts that are far away? Now we've also heard that at least we spend a little more on the members of Parliament, some of whom are not actually on ground to provide the oversight, and then local governments are not being able to collect just enough that they could actually be able to collect. How do we fix that? Because at the end of the day, we begin from there and go upwards up to the Minister of Finance.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Wampamba. But I'm very happy about this discussion, and I'm praying that actually the discussion here will reform policy, will be taken advantage of by Ugandans. And just give me 1 second. What Mr. Sime talked about, make it easy for the artisan workers,
artisanal
miners to formalize. Make it easy. Just a form. Make it easy. These demands for environmental impact assessment, remove them and make it easy. And then he has also made life easy. My brother here, there is a unity in the Ministry of Finance designed to help the artisan business to formalize, to get money that can take advantage. So you have exchange cards here. Exchange
we can pick up the discussion from
immediately.
There. Yeah.
Now my brother here has also added, and I'm very happy. And actually, the issue that also my brother from Siatien talked about, I'm looking at the agro-industrialization, which this budget seeks to, as one of the ATMs.
Priorities.
I'm still looking at this at the matoke that comes from Western Uganda on these lorries. If we are talking about agro-industrialization, why don't we actually add value in Mbarara, in Shema, so that we bring here finished things, finished matoke in whatever form, so that we leave that what seems to be the garbage that clogs Kampala to remain there as fertilizers in where we. So what about the cows that are brought all the way? Why don't we have the slaughter whatever centers in Chiruhura, in Mbarara, and bring here the meat? Do we need to wait? And so, and the Minister of Finance seems to have emerged as a leader. I want to charge that the Minister of Finance, the next budget 2027-28, be very, very emphatic, and we see incentives for those kinds of of businesses to start there. Now, come and he has also made an important point about the MPs. Does it make sense? Districts that collect little revenue, local revenue, 200, and you know, Accord has worked with the Ministry of Local Government on the RAID, local economic development, so that, and also the policy, the decentralization policy, had provided that the local governments should be financially kind of independent, to raise their own money, so that they can also decide where to invest, because it's not one jacket fits all, because they have their own needs. So, but of course, the creation of districts made some of them very little, small, and invaluable, but yet they have to get to representation in Parliament. But I think I still go back and challenge, of course, the Ministry of Finance to increase financing for local governments, because I think that's the way to go. They will tell you it is in the PDM. It is in the PDM. But we could have dedicated money to support local economic development for this, so that they are productive centers, because that's where most of the production of this country takes place, so that these districts are valuable. And if they are not valuable, then also take a decision to merge them. If they can't be merged, take a decision to use the regional tier, regional tier, and some of it support each other. For example, in Mbarara, you know, it was formerly Greater Mbarara. It produced like 5 now. But if actually you decide to run local governments as business, and that's why I would even go and suggest that actually the cows should have a qualification, an MBA or BBA. The cows should be given tasks to run those districts as business units so that they are in the business of generating money, not waiting for money to come from the center. For them, they are raising the money and they are now pushing that we manage our money here and account to the government. So for me, that's what I would say.
Certainly, I wanted just take it on because I really wanted you to come in, but most importantly, on the aspect of the politicians will call it gerrymandering. For us, we call it equal representation. We are adequately represented, but is this adequate representation making business sense? Is it making business sense now that we want to grow the economy tenfold? We want double digit. How are we proceeding with sort of weak local government domestic revenue mobilization strategies defective? Some districts are collecting as low as 200 million shillings per financial year, and they are always waiting for money to come from the center. And now we hear those clumsy discussions of money returned. It returned because it wasn't absorbed. How do we help? I want to hear what the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the broader government is doing in terms of strengthening local governments.
I think what the government is doing is to enforce accountability. Yes, we are talking about a district collecting only 200 million Uganda shillings. But what is the potential? Is that what they can collect? Or people are not paying, maybe they are not seeing services. So we need to ensure that what the little that we are sending there, can it be used properly? Such that if it is a kilometer of road, you put it there and people see it. I want to give you a scenario somewhere. I don't want to report that institution so that URA goes there and they blame it on me. But there is a church. And in this church, they had never collected even 10 million towards the project. But there is a priest who came and started giving very good services. Do you know how much they have collected towards it? One just single project, 340 million Uganda shillings in just one parish.
Wow.
Now, if that is more than what the whole district can collect, and in 1 month. So we just need to be serious. And that's where we started from. Let us ensure that this big budget that we are saying is ambitious. Let us make sure that it delivers. Let us monitor these districts and ensure that they deliver what we want them to deliver. I want to add that we have now strengthened the planning units. What is being done at each parish, given that now it's the lowest planning unit of government, and track it and make sure that a road which has been planned there is actually being put. Any social service that the government is delivering. Now, if we do that, if the chairman LC5, if they deliver, they will collect more because the taxpayers, they want to see what you are giving in return. Okay. And for me, I don't want to agree on this notion of 250 million. Those districts have potential. And that's why I came in with artisanal miners. So how, if I ask you, how much gold comes from Buwezo? We don't know it. They might actually attribute it to some other area if we don't track it properly. So that's now where we are saying.
If you don't give support in the formalization.
Yes, and I'm telling you that's where we are going.
Hitting and missing,
Yes, so it comes back to how we are doing our things. Let us ensure that we formalize. I want to conclude by telling you about why businesses are actually struggling. It is actually private sector corruption. Let me give you an example of business registration.
Okay.
We put a lot of effort in reducing the number of days it takes to register a business. They have reduced and everybody is happy. But the informality has increased. So it means the drive of formality is not even some of these burdens. It is profitability. If people know that they are making money they will come running actually to register.
But you see, profitability is a function of so many things.
I want to explain it.
Which I know you are going to, but I want you to also weave in the fact that you are borrowing at 16%. All right. While you're borrowing at 16%, the banks will always prefer to lend to you. The PSS has told us that you are borrowing on behalf of the same private sector.
And we are borrowing at 30%. If that is the case, and you don't track your revenue and expenses, you don't know how you are making money, then the problem becomes worse. So, as Minister of Finance now, we've come up with a system. And we have testimonies. I wish you could get those testimonies and run them on TV, again through the private sector development unit. What you have discovered is that actual businesses lose money without knowing. So this system helps you track your revenues, how you are making money, and how you actually making it in terms of expenses.
Okay.
And people's profits have tripled.
Okay.
So what gets...
Is it free?
Yes, it is free.
Okay.
So now you can imagine, you are dodging taxes, but the amount of money that you are losing is much more. You get? And I can tell you that's why even people are not registering businesses, despite you having reduced the number of days or hours it takes for you to register a business. So for me, in a nutshell, we need education. Education, we have tended to think that it is the one in primary school, in secondary, in universities. He talked about PhDs or number of degrees. It is how to train a farmer to get double the kilograms per tree.
Exactly.
Okay? So if we get that education, and that's what is going through now PDM.
And
if we emphasize education on farm,
basic
education in a business,
complex
education everywhere.
Okay.
I can assure you, we are going to have
a good budget.
Not a good
successfully implemented
a performing
budget.
private sector. We shall raise more revenues and do those railways. Somebody was talking about the standard gauge railway. Because now you can even put it and you fail to get people to go to work.
Certainly, and that is what success looks like for you. I want to be able to know from each. Everyone will have a luxury of at least 2 minutes to tell me what a successful 2026-2027 budget looks like from their lenses. I'll just begin from the extreme.
I wanted to add something.
You will within your 2 minutes. Let's just have his 2 minutes. What does success look like for you in terms of implementation of this budget?
Success for me will look at twofold. Accountability, like has been mentioned. The money that is being put into the economy, how is it being used? How is it being translated to be able to get revenue out of it? And then the other was on completion of projects. How long are you going to take to complete these projects? And then also the other is on expanding the base, so we're able to collect more revenue from the economy.
Certainly. Mr. Sima, what does success look like for you if we said we have crossed all the T's, we have dotted all the I's? What does success look like for you?
Success for me, I'll talk about it in my sector and then as a country. If I find myself with government supporting extension services in the mining sector like they are doing in agriculture, where business is fronted before enforcement, you come with commerce before you come with whips and cuffs, it would look like success to me at that point. Then the other thing, my point of districts paying their MPs, I don't want it to get lost in a lot of nice English. The moment the districts are paying an MP, he will become very effective at representing them. Right now, an MP is representing government to the people he is elected to represent, because it is government that is paying them. If the district pays an MP, of course, you know how ambassadors are sent to countries. An ambassador of a small country will not come and have the same budget and privileges like an ambassador of a big country. That's what I was talking about. Let your district pay you so that you come and become effective here. Now, what is success for me? One of those things, that an MP is paid by the district, I don't know how long the motion and whatever is submitted, and probably the president pronounces himself on it. Then the other thing is revising all these government projects and the money that we spend on them and the time. I've had a privilege of discussing the oil and the refinery we want to put up. And everyone tells me the story that actually after retendering it and people get taking it, you're going to still end up at the same scenario like before. Because no one is going to finance 60,000 barrels per day at that amount of money. Then who will insure it, and who will reinsure it when it is looking overpriced and inflated? So if we revise those figures, Uganda will be successful. I appreciate all the effort of government, that they are doing a lot of things. If we could coordinate and not work in silos, that you find the Ministry of Energy is doing something, then the Ministry of Trade is also doing something, the Ministry of Energy makes markets, then eventually the Ministry of Trade also comes with other markets somewhere. If we remove that moving in all over the place, we will save a lot of money, and the government will deliver very effectively.
Certainly.
That would be successful for me.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Asimwe. Aloysius, you have 2 minutes to tender in your rebuttal or your response to the discussion, and then give me your parting shots about what you think success looks like for you. What does the success of the 2026-2027 budget look like from the lenses of Siatini?
Okay, thank you very much. One, there was an issue of the VAT threshold, and for me what we had in our proposal was that now the fact that we have the IFRIS, we can be in position to know how much does that person trade. But as long as we still have the small businesses still required to comply, I can ask I know that some of the taxmen can be in position. No. You know the VAT requirement is input and output VAT. The elite people who are in Chikubo, they don't know how to compute that one. So to me, I think the IFRIS can do it and know who is paying, even before looking at the threshold. Maybe we need to look at what is the intent of having a threshold and even having it at that level. The second one is on the benefit for the mining areas. We removed gold to be paying royalties. How will we be in position to track where that gold is coming from? And those local government benefiting when they don't know even, because the royalties is supposed to go back to those areas where that mineral is coming from. And when it comes to royalty sharing, do they benefit? Do they know how to use it? And the last one, before I come to my duty, is decentralization. Totally. We have failed to recognize the importance and the value of decentralization. Totally in Uganda, we subscribe to decentralization policy, but if you're talking about having the person who is doing sampling of soil in Kampala, does Kampala produce? So we need to push each and everything to where it's supposed to be. Lower local government, let us recruit as many as we can and put money there, because at the center and in the ministries, they don't produce. Let them remain with policy-related aspects, but when it comes to production, each and every budget which is supposed to support economic development or production, let it go to lower local government. Then we'll be in position to address that problem. And second, related to that, is district. We have a challenge that a district is collecting its revenue sources from a sub-county, or the sub-county is collecting from the parishes. And when these parishes or sub-counties develop, they become town councils, independent from the district. And you might find that that's where there were markets, that's where there were big trading centers, and you are remaining with too little to collect in terms of available sources of revenue for local governments or the districts. So you find that they can be reporting that, regardless of the leakage. The leakage, we cannot run away from the leakage, and we are trying to look at the fact that we have the ILAS system in place. Why do we still realize there is leakage in local revenue mobilization? The leakage is there, but also the sources of revenue where those local governments are collecting money are too little. And they are too restricted. So to me, for that, we need to go and revisit the decentralization policy. I like someone who was saying that we need to have a dialogue on decentralization. The decentralization and fiscal decentralization they are at the crossroad, or they are at the limbo. They are cradling to the grave, actually. But we need to go and revisit them. My success,
what does success look like?
My success is not like we are going to have it. I'm going to align it with the theme. First one is full monetization. If we can have that one, that each and everything you do, people can get money, then we will be in position to have increase in revenue collection. Done. Because we have not widened the tax base, we are just deepening the tax base. You are just increasing the rate of fuel 2%, increasing the rate of cooking oil 2%, you're increasing the rate of cement 2%. So 225. So because now it is 750. So you find that we are just playing with the figures than widening the tax base. And that can come when people are doing business, and you can be able to collect money from those ones who are doing business. And they will be in position even to consume, because currently our indirect taxes contribute the biggest percentage. And the last one, which is also related to the success, is access to market. Can we make sure that there is access to the market internally, at the EAC level, at the tripartite level, at the African Continental Free Trade Area? Because for us, Siatin, we say that we can trade our way out of poverty. And that is through trade.
Certainly. I will let the Minister of Finance have the last say, but let me first have Dr. Arthur Vainomjisha in about a minute. What does success look like for you in terms of implementation of the budget for the financial year 2026-2027?
I think I shared myself with the two gentlemen about the private sector, especially the medium and small enterprises. 70% of employment is provided by them. But we don't seem to have targeted them to unlock their potential, especially in formalization and access to credit, cheap credit. The money that is in UDB, that is in PAR is still expensive capital, but it's also not accessible, because they have also, that's Bank of Uganda, they have provided it to the commercial banks, but commercial banks actually do not market government money. They market their money, which is expensive. So, and therefore our people, and the research that was done shows Ugandans have an entrepreneurial spirit. We need to tap into this for them to start many small and medium enterprises. But the capital is still expensive. Make capital affordable and accessible to people. That's one. The second, my final thing was is to appreciate the Ministry of Finance and Government, the ambition. This ambition is very, very good. And in times like this one, you need to speak life into challenges, and the challenges will vanish. So I want to appreciate the theme for the budget. It is very good, and how I wish that the Ministry of Finance could invest beyond what we are doing to disseminate, to give information to Ugandans of the various advantages that you have, or the units you have set up that can be accessed by Ugandans. Like that unit you just told us. I think Ugandans lack information, so access to information, wide scale.
Certainly. And from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, what does success look like for you for the budget of the financial year 2026-2027?
Thank you. First of all, I want to appreciate my colleagues for all the ideas that you have put forward. I think this is going to inform the budget execution circular that we are preparing to guide MDS and local governments on what they should do to ensure that actually the budget is implemented. Then two, in terms of how success looks like, under the 10-fold growth strategy, we can only achieve $500 billion US economy if we double the size of the economy every 5 years. So I expect that at the end of this financial year, which is coming, we should have a double-digit growth, 10.2%. Now, of course, achieving that means we have to support productivity. We have to invest in research and innovation, to have extension workers, to have fertilizers and irrigations, and things like that. If that happens, then I expect that we are going to transition from a least developed country to an upper middle income country by March 2027. And that will have been a significant milestone. Thirdly, I also look at us having the first oil. The target is by end of this calendar year 2026, and that is also going to unlock so many opportunities. Relatedly, we expect the infrastructure associated with oil and gas to also be completed, especially the petrochemical industrial park in Kabarega Industrial Park. We also expect to start mega projects, especially the standard gauge railway. Somebody talked about reducing the cost of transport, the completing and starting express highways, especially in PG, then Jinja Express Highway. And we also expect, given that now PDM has been here for quite some time, we expect the subsistence economy to continue reducing. And our target is moving from about 33% to now 28%. And I think if we achieve those and we have enhanced the accountability system, maybe what I didn't tell you is that the National Development Plan now has programs. Each program is supposed to be having a program secretariat. Like he said, the Ministry of Finance moves very fast. We have the program secretariats for our programs where we take lead. The development plan implementation, which oversees the entire NDP and the private sector development program. But the others don't have. The good news is that we have already started on the process of actually having those secretariats. If they are there, you will not have a scenario where projects are slow, because these actually monitor and ensure that things are moving. And I think that is one of the reforms that is going to make things work. And I also look at us having operational program secretariats per program, such that we can be able to implement this budget.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Thank you
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for getting time to speak to us. Well, here is what I would say. Hey, they say that if you're not dreaming, if your dreams don't freak you out, or if they don't threaten you, you're not dreaming enough. So dream big. After all, dreams are for free. God doesn't charge any single coin for you to dream as big. That's what Uganda is doing under its 84.4 trillion shillings budget. But how realistic is this? And will it trickle down to an ordinary Ugandan like me and you? Does the price of fuel that you buy at that pump station justify you having an even bigger budget for the household? Are you seeing your plans move in line with the country's plans? And after all has been said and done, will this budget lift Uganda to the tenfold growth strategy that it has set itself for? We expect to see the budget execution circular issued out by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, showing and clearly giving the roadmap for how these MDAs should be able to implement the budget to its full success. And what we do at this particular platform at NBS, at Next Media, is to ensure that we amplify such discussions so they can get to yield fruit to you, an ordinary Ugandan. And from me and the entire team and all our partners, we want to say thank you so much for giving us the platform to have this discussion. And we hope that the things that have been said here will inform policy to the full execution of the budget, but most importantly, ensuring that all stakeholders are involved in ensuring that the budget is a total success. From me and the entire team, good morning.
NBS. Always.
NBS happening now.
Well, Still watching NBS, always your political command center, and my name is Hakim Wampamba. Now, we understand that the police is addressing the media, giving it a full security brief of how security has been moving, and the police spokesperson, Chituma Rusoke, is doing this right at the police headquarters in Naguru. Let us head over there and be able to listen into what security is having to say to the Ugandans.
Mobile phones. All suspects arrested remain in police custody pending court proceedings while investigations into the respective cases continue. Last week, police in Sanji held disruptive operations that led to the recovery of over 44 motorcycles. The operation was at Washingbe in Nakati Zone, in Nabingo Parish. Wakiso District. And by then, the owner of the washing bay wasn't arrested. But as we talk now, the owner of the washing bay in Nakati Zone, known as King Designer Washing Bay, has been arrested. He has been identified as Sebunya Bruhan and is currently in our police custody to help us in investigations. Police in Mukono are actively investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of a yet-to-be-identified person. On the 20th of this month at Takajunge village in Nama sub-county, Mukono, residents discovered the body of an unidentified adult male in a bush. The body had been severely burnt with smoke still emanating from both the remains and nearby clothing found at the scene. Preliminary observations suggest that the deceased may have sustained fatal burn injuries under circumstances that are still under investigation. The body was recovered and conveyed to Mulago City Mortuary for post-mortem examination and further identification procedures. During the scene examination, we recovered exhibits, including a matchbox and a bottle containing a liquid substance suspected to be petrol. However, it is also suspected that the deceased could have committed suicide. Investigations are ongoing to establish the exact cause and circumstances of the death, as well as to identify the deceased and trace his relatives. Anyone with information that may assist in identifying the deceased is tasked to report to the nearest police station or contact the investigating officers. Police at Kasangati are holding one suspect in connection with aggravated defilement of his 13-year-old stepdaughter that happened in Lutete village, Nangabo Parish, Kasangati Town Council in Wakiso District. The suspect has been identified as Mayanja Ronald, a boda rider, a resident of Lutete village, Kumunana, Nangabo Parish, Kasangati Town Council in Wakiso. It is alleged that the 13-year-old girl was adopted by the stepfather at the age of 6 years after the victim's mother had died. It's alleged that from about 12 years to 13 years, the suspect, that is his stepfather, has been defiling the victim but sent her away after impregnating her, a matter that is still under investigation. We strongly condemn all acts that violate the rights of children and reaffirm our commitment to protecting their safety, dignity, and well-being. That is all for Kampala Metropolitan. We shall be communicating more in due course. However, it is relatively stable and calm. Mu Luganda, poliisi y'e Wandegeya ekutte omuntu omu ku byekuusa mu kuwamba bebi ow'omwaka ogumu n'emyezi 3 ng'ono bebi yabadde abbiddwa okuva mu zooni y'Ekibe mu Kaleere Kawempe Division mu Kampala nga akwatiddwa e Kalamba Emmanuel ng'ono mutuuze mu Musita Village mu district ey'e Mayuge nga okunoonyereza kulaga nti mami w'omwana ono bwe yabadde agenzeeko okukola yagenze n'omwana ono nga bakolera mu Kaleere Kibe Zone mu Kawempe Division mu Kampala. Omwana ne yeetooloolamu agenda azannye ne banne ssaawa nga 9 kitundu. Maama we bwe yazeeyo okunoonya omwana teyamusanzeewo wabula yasanze banne bokka be yabadde azannya nabo. Ne kimuleetera okubuulirizaako abaabaddewo ne bamutegeezaako nti waliwo omuvubuka abadde ayambadde t-shirt emyufu asitudde omwana n'amutwala. Bwe kututegeezaako ne tutandika omuyiggo nga Kalamba ono yakwatiddwa mu bitundu by'e Mulago era ne bebi ono ne tumuzuula era nga tumukwasizza bazadde be nga n'okunoonyereza bwe kugenda maaso okuzuula kigendererwa ki omuntu ono kye yabadde nakyo okulaba nga atwala omwana ono. Nga tweyongera okubiriza abazadde okubeera obulindaala okufaayo eri abaana kubanga nsuubira omwana ow'omwaka ogumu n'emyezi 3 kunzaaba bebi nnyo era aba waakukuumirako nnyo maaso kuba aba yaakayiga okutambula. So tukuumireko nnyo abaana baffe amaaso, tetubasuulirira ne bw'oba olina by'okola ne bw'aba wa myaka 10 buli ddakiika gezaako okumanya wa wazannyira. Poliisi ya CPS mu Kampala ekutte abantu 2 ku byekuusa ku bubbi bwa ppiki ate n'ezuula ne ppiki eteeberezebwa okuba nga nzibe. Nga 21 omwezi guno abasirikale baffe bafunye amawulire nti waliwo abaami 2 oba abazigu 2 ku Shamba Complex bano abaabadde ku ppiki UFX 998T bano abaabadde babba ppiki UEA 09 Nyajje. Abasirikale baffe ne basitukiramu ne bakwata abantu 2 era ne bazuula ne ppiki eno eyabadde egezaako okubbibwa. Ng'abakwatiddwa tubalina mu kaduukulu kaffe okutuyambako mu kunoonyereza. Ng'ebikwekweto mu Kampala n'emirirwano bikyagendera ddala maaso mu kaweefube w'okulaba nga tulwanyisa obumenyi bw'amateeka mu Kampala n'emirirwano. Nga poliisi ya CPS mu Kampala yakoze ekikwekweto mu bitundu ku bitaala ngaawo ku High Court, ku Railway, mu Arua Park n'ebifo ebiriraanyeewo era abantu 4 ne bakwatibwa. Nga poliisi ya Kira Division yakoze ekikwekweto mu bitundu bya Kyali Wajjala mu Kira Municipality abantu 6 ne bakwatibwa. Poliisi ya Katwe yakoze ekikwekweto mu bitundu bya Base ne Katende zones mu Katwe 1 parish mu Makindye Division era abantu 42 ne bakwatibwa. Nga mu bikwekweto byaffe bino tulina ebintu bye twazudde ebigenda okutuyambako mu kunoonyereza okuli ebiragalalagala n'amasimu agateeberezebwa okuba nga mabbe. Ng'abakwatiddwa tubalina mu kaduukulu nga bajja kuba basimbibwa mu mbuga z'amateeka. Wiiki ewedde poliisi yaffe y'ensangi ng'ekulembeddwamu region eya Kempi South yakola ekikwekweto mu bitundu bya Nakati Zone mu Nabbingo Parish mu Kyengera Town Council mu district ey'e Wakiso. Era piki 44 ze zaazuulibwa ku Washing Bay mu zone y'e Nakati emanyikiddwa nga King Designer Washing Bay. Epiki zino ziteeberezebwa okuba nga nzibe, naye ku olwo nannyini Washing Bay eno teyakwatibwa, naye nga we twogerera Sebunya Bruhan nannyini Washing Bay ya King Designer yakwatiddwa ng'era tumuyina mu kaduukulu okutuyambako mu kunoonyereza. Polisi y'e Mukono eri mu kunoonyereza ku nfa y'omusajja atannamanyikwa bimukwatako nga 2 omwezi guno mu kyalo Takajunge mu Nama sub-county mu Mukono. Abatuuze baalaba omulambo omuvubuka atannamanyikwa nga mwokye bagwokyezza ng'era n'omukka gukyava ku mubiri guno ne ku ngoye ze yali ayambadde. Okunoonyeza kulaga nti obuvune ono bwe yafuna kiyinzika okuba nti bwe bwamuviirako okufa, era omulambo gwe gwatwalibwa mu ddwaliro ekkulu e Mulago okugwekebejja. Nga tukyanoonyereza ku kiddala ekyaviiriddeko embeera eno, naye nga agaliwo galaga nti ono kigambibwa nti yeyejje mu bulamu bw'ensi, nga naye tukyanoonyereza okuzuula kiddala ekyabaddewo. Nga bwabeerawo yenna yenna alina amawulire agasobola okututuusa ku bantu b'omugenzi ono oba amumanyi, atumusaba agaleete ku poliisi emuli okumpi, kitwanguyireko okuzuula ab'eŋŋanda z'omugenzi. Ab'eŋŋanda b'omugenzi. Polisi y'e Kasangati ekutte omuntu omu akubigambibwa nti
NBS happening now.
We also have elections for the women councils at village level. The people who qualify to get to participate in the women's elections, you must be a woman, not transgender, please. You must be a biological woman. So that register, the compilation of that register will be taking place. At the same time, the register for residents for LOC1 elections is also taking place. So there will be 2 registration processes at the same time. The same place. Because the villages for women are the same as the villages for participants in LOC1's elections. We therefore encourage all eligible and willing residents to turn up in person at the registration center within the village or cell of residence to register their particulars. The total number of villages in Uganda as we talk today is 71,214. 71,214 villages. As I said, we want you to note and emphasize the fact that the registration process shall cover the compilation of 2 registers, then for women elections. The council register is of electing the village person. What's wrong with this thing? The compilation of the village council or general register for purposes of electing the village LS1 chairperson and approval of members of the village executive committee That is what the first register. The second register is the compilation of the village women's council registers for purposes of electing the village women's committees. According to the law, any person who is a resident, a citizen, 18 years of age or above, and willing to be a member of the village council are ones who are eligible to register in the village register. Are you willing? You might be a resident, but willing to be a member of the village council. It's your choice. So if you are willing, step forward during this period and register. So if you must also be willing. Are you willing to be a member of the village women's committee or not? But for women, let me emphasize this. For women, they will register in both registers. They will register in the village, in the register for their elections, and in the register for the LOC1 elections, because they prefer to participate in both. The women will register in the village for in the village register for LOC1 elections, and also for women register for elections for their committee. The registration exercise shall be free of charge and will be conducted from 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on each of those dates. Please let nobody charge any resident for coming to register. Nobody should be charged any money. If there is anybody asking for money from any resident, they should tell us, and that person will be arrested. The registration exercise at village level by a village officer who will be appointed by election. We are going to put this appoint these village election officers or registration officers from the communities, from those very communities. A person must fulfill the following requirements in order to be registered in the village register. 1, he or she must be a citizen of Uganda who is ordinarily resident in the village of registration. 2, the person must be 18 years of age or above at the time of registration. 3, the person must be willing to be a member of the village council. 4, in the case of the village women's council register, the person must be a female and a citizen of Uganda, 18 years and above, and must be ordinary resident in the village. A person appearing for registration shall be required to provide the following particulars to the village election official: names, national ID card, or national ID number, or national ID application number. You must state your age. Of course, you have to state your gender. Then the village of residence. Under the law, every time an election is held and there is a process of registration of voters, the commission is required to display that register. And the display period of all these registers in all the villages shall take place from the 13th to the 14th of July 2026. The registers for the Women Council Committees elections and the registers for LOC1 elections, they will take place on those 2 dates, 13th, 14th of July. The display of the registers shall begin at 8 a.m. and end at 6 p.m. at the designated open or public place in the respective villages. made to understand that some of these incumbent LOC1 chairpersons had started the process of registering citizens as they were looking forward to the elections. Please, let me say this. The only registers that are going to be used during these elections are those which have been generated by the Electoral Commission. Basebo ne banyabo ba LOC chairpersons abaliwo kati abadde batandise okuwandiika abatuuze nga mukola register zammwe nga musuubira ze zigenda okukozesebwa mu kulonda. Ezo mpapula zammwe muzikuume eri, tetugenda zikozesa mu kulonda kuno. Tugenda kuteekako enkola y'okuwandiisa abatuuze mu register ezigenda kukozesebwa mu kulonda. Si ezo zammwe ezo mubeere nazo mu bitanda byammwe, temuzireeta, temujja kukkirizibwa ozireeta ku lunaku lw'okulonda. During the display process, we urge all residents to come and check whether their names are correctly spelled in those registers and in the village where they reside, together with their ID numbers. Was your national ID number rightly recorded or not? Are you recorded or registered in the village of your residence or not? And if there are any particular, or there are any changes or corrections that you think should be made, then you should point them out so that the register is cleaned before we get to the day of polling. During the display exercise, we also encourage residents to identify the dead. Is there any person who could have passed on who is on the register of residents? The underaged is a person whom you know is a child of so and so, but is not 18 years of age. Those who do not reside in the village, surely, maybe with the urban areas, I don't know how many people know their neighbors in Kampala here. I don't know how many. But one of the reasons is to check, is Muwanga really a resident in our village or not? Because I'm told some people, they move from some village, they go and register in the other village so as to participate either as candidates in that village. You've heard of those stories. So these are the things we want to sort out during the display process. Now, for village women committees, the composition of village women committees comprises of the following according to the law, according to the National Women's Councils Act. The composition of village committees, of women village committees, is there's a chairperson, vice chairperson, secretary, publicity secretary, and secretary for finance. Now, there is a fundamental difference when it comes to elections for women councils or committees and the village or LC1 elections. All these positions of village committees for women, which are 5, are elective positions. But for LC1 committee, the composition is 11 members, but only one position is elective on that day, the one of chairperson. So I think that's a difference that needs to be also understood. For women, all these positions have to be competed for, but not for vice chairperson, LC1, secretary for information. No, we shall come to that. Now, the Electoral Commission has appointed the period 15th to 19th July 2026. 15th, 19th July 2026 as the dates for the nomination of candidates for election of the 5 members of the Village Women Committee. Akakiiko k'abakyala k'ekyalo kabeerako abantu 5. Chairperson, vice chairperson, omuwandiisi, publicity secretary wona asaasanya amawulire wabiki, ne muwandiisi, secretary for finance. n'ebifo ebyo byonna byakwesimbawo by'abakyala tutaddewo ennaku 15 okutandika ennaku 15 mwezi gw'omusanvu paka ennaku 19 abo bonna bagenda okwesimbawo ku bifo bino obukiiko bw'abakyala mu byalo kwe kwewandiisa oba nomination. The nomination of candidates shall be conducted at the respective sub-county, town or municipal division headquarters by the parish election official, starting at 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. on each of the above dates. Okwewandiisa kuno kw'abo bonna bagenda kwesimbawo ku bifo bino bukiiko bw'abakyala kugenda kubeerawo ku magombolola katojja kutambula gwagenda kwesimbawo oba mu kyalo kyewammwe ogende ku gombolola yewammwe oba bw'obeera mu tawuni ogende ku tawuni council oba municipal division headquarters ogende ku town council headquarters bw'obeera mu tawuni oba municipal division headquarters bw'obeera mu kibuga. By the parish election official. Parish election official yagenda kubeera nomination officer w'obukiiko buno bw'abakyala obw'ebyalo. Ng'oku nomination okwewandiisa kuno nga kutandika essaawa 3 mu nnaku ezebbiri mpaka ssaawa 11 buli lunaku. Please carefully note the following. An aspiring candidate for any office on the Women's Committee shall be a female, ordinary resident in the village, aged 18 years or above, and a citizen of Uganda. Secondly, an aspiring candidate shall be registered on the Village Women Council register. Thirdly, no academic qualification shall be required, and no nomination fees shall be required. Abo bonna abagenda kwesimbawo ku bifo bino bitaano ku bukiiko bw'abakyala bw'ebyalo. Ekisooka olina okubeera mukazi mu butonde, si bino by'okupanga bupange bino. Olina okubeera mukyala nga watondebwa oli mukyala. Ate olina okubeera mutuuze mu kyalo ekyo. Olina okubeera mu myaka 18 oba waggulu, ate oteekwa kubeera Munnayuganda. Ekyokubiri, olina okubeera nga weewandiisa mu registeri y'obukiiko bw'abakyala, village council. Manange ekintu kyekwewandiisa bamanyi abantu ba Uganda tebafaayo essaawa bwetuuka ne balyoka ne bava mu tulo. Nange ndi mutuuze mu kyalo, ekyalo kino erinnya lyali lya jjajja wange yatuuma ekyalo kino erinnya mu regista toliimu. Bwe twagamba genda weewandiise teweewandiisa, nolwekyo tokkirizibwa okulonda oba okwesimbawo ku kifo kyonna. Naye kye tubagamba abakyala nti mwewandiise mu registeri. Kubanga bw'oteewandiisa togenda kubeera candidate wadde olina ebisanjizo byonna byetaagisa. Wadde abantu bakukkirizaamu nti osobola kubeera mukulembeze mu kitundu kyewaabwe. Kubanga teweewandiisa mu regista, byerabira. Ensonga endala, ebyokusoma tebiriiwo. Bino akalulu k'ebyalo kibiyo. Tetugamba nti abasoma temwesimbewo. Naye bano bataasoma oba tolina empapula z'obuyigirize, jangu weesimbewo. Ate teri kusasula nomination fees zonna. Bw'ogenda kwewandiisa nga candidate, togenda kusasula ssente yadde 10. Togenda kusasula ssente yadde 10. Tebabalimbalimba leeta ssente tukuwani nedda. Teri kusasula ssente nga weewandiisa nga omutuuze mu regista y'abatuuye ekyalo. Teri kusasula ssente ng'ogenda kwesimbawo nga candidate. Campaigns. Oluvannyuma lw'okwewandiisa oba nomination, ekiddako ze campaigns. Kati obukiiko, okulonda ku obukiiko bw'abakyala, campaigns zigenda kumala ennaku 3 nga zitandika ennaku 2 nga tukomekereza ennaku 22 omwezi gw'omusanvu. Campaign meetings for women council committees, village women committees elections shall be held for 3 days. From 20th to 22nd of July 2026. The campaign meetings or public rallies shall be conducted only within the stipulated time, that is from 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. on each of the campaign days. Nti campaign zino zigenda okubeerawo okuzitandika ssaawa emu kumakya saa 12 buli lunaku munaku ezo 3. Kakati lunaku luluwe nyini. The commission has appointed Thursday, 23rd July 2026 as the polling day for election of village women committees of the 5 positions. Nti nga lwokuna enaka 23 mwezi gw'omusanvu mwaka guno lunaku lw'okulonda obukiiko bw'abakyala mu byalo byonna bya Uganda nga tulonda abakulembeze mu bifo bino 5 bino byennyonnyodde 23 mwezi gw'omusanvu 26 lunaku olw'okulonda obukiiko bw'abakyala. Polling shall take place in a public open place within the village and shall be by lining behind the nominated candidates or their representatives or their portraits or symbols in accordance with Section 11, subsection 2 of the National Women's Councils Act. Ntokulonda kujja kubeera mu lwatu open oba mu kisaawe oba wa ate okulonda kuno kwa kusimba ennyiriri candidate nga ayimiridde wali nga balonze bamusimba emabega oba tasobodde okubeerawo ekifaananyi kye oba ayina kabonero bw'abeera ayina ebendera ekibiina ky'obufuzi ng'abantu basimba ku oba ebendera y'ekibiina oba langi y'ekibiina oba tumuwadde egundi kubanga oli kande tulina oba simbo kinaye ensonga enkulu okulonda kuno kw'obukiiko bw'abakyala ku kyalo kugenda kubeera kwa layini okusimba layini oba ennyiriri emabega wa candidate ng'ennaku 23 omwezi guno omwezi ogw'omusanvu. Kati now, as we mentioned, women elections start from the village up to national level. After the village committee elections for women, the next is the parish or wards women's councils elections. And the law says, the parish or women's council shall consist of all the members of the village women's committees in the parish or ward. Wetumala okulonda ku bukiiko bw'abakyala ku byalo. Kati kiddako kulonda kwa abukiiko bw'emiruka. Baani bagenda kubeera bakulembeze ku kakiiko k'emiruka. Naye kati kana kalukiiko abonna ababeera nga ba voters ku akakiiko k'omuruka be ba members ba executive committee yeero balondebwa nga bakulembeze ku kakiiko k'ekyalo kw'abakyala bagenda ani agenda kubeera chairperson wa omuluka ebyalo ebiri mu muluka ogwo be bagenda kulonda kw'omuluka. The sub-county or town or division women's council electoral college shall consist of members of the parish or ward women's committees in the sub-county or town or division, and a representative of women with disabilities elected from among the disabled women in the sub-county, town or division through their structures. Mujukire nti okulonda kwa abaliko obulemu oba special interest groups kwaggwa okulonda kuno twakamaliriza kati aba members abo bo balindiridde okugenda ku bukomiti buno obw'ebyalo LC1 n'obukiiko bw'abakyala. The district or city women's council bw'ova ku muluka katugenda ku sub county, then bw'ova ku sub county ogenda ku district. The district or city women's council electoral college shall consist of the chairpersons of the sub county or town or division women councils and a representative of women with disabilities elected from among the disabled women in the district or city through the... We shall be explaining this as we go on with the program. The election of the executive committee members from the parish ward will be conducted. We have attached the program to this presentation, which we are going to give to the media. in a brief, the summary, in the summary program. Now, even if this committee, we still have to use what we call nomination forms. So the Electoral Commission will be issuing nomination forms to all the candidates, ward to the national level, issued alongside the display of the respective electoral college registers. We shall be expecting people of what is going on. We shall be explaining to the people every stage and when to do it. Now those who are women, nsoso kunyonyola kukulonda kwa abakyala kwe kusooka. Omanyi lwaki kusooka? Kubanga akakiiko ak'ekyalo ka LC1 kuteekwa okubeerako abakulembeze b'abakyala oba omukulembeze w'abakyala. Nolwekyo bwe tunaamalira okulonda obukiiko bw'abakyala, chairperson oba omukulembeze w'abakyala ku kyalo ajja kuba amaze okukolako okulondebwa. Kati tugenda kulonda kwa LC1 abakulembeze ba LC1 obekya omukulembeze w'akakiiko k'abakyala agenda butereevu okubeera ku LC1. Composition of LC1 Executive Committee. According to the law, there shall be an executive committee at each village, consisting of 11 members as follows: chairperson, vice chairperson, who shall also be secretary for children welfare, general secretary, secretary for information, education and mobilization, secretary for security, secretary for finance, secretary for production and environmental protection, secretary for youth, secretary for women and also the public health coordinator, secretary for persons with disabilities affairs, and secretary for the council of older persons. Kanaka kakiiko k'ebyalo kaliko bantu 11. Chairperson yalondebwa yekka ku lunaku lw'okulonda. Vice chairperson, general secretary nga bwe nnyonnyodde. Naye kakati bali bw'otuuka ku secretary w'aba youth, kati oli yalondebwa nga chairperson mu kulonda kw'abavubuka y'abeera secretary wa youth ku LC1. Yalondebwa kubeera chairperson ku kakiiko k'ekyalo ng'ennaku 22 yagenda kubeera secretary for women ku LC1, committee ya LC1. Yalondebwa kubeera nga ko bulemu kulonda kule kwaggwa, yagenda kubeera ku kakiiko kano ng'akiikirira abaliko bulemu. Yalondebwa kubeera chairperson wa older persons oba abakadde. Mu kulonda kuno kwa kaggwa yagenda kutuula ku kakiiko ka LC1 akiikirira abakadde. Now, njagala kutangaza kintu kimu. Waliwo kanso ku kyalo. Sinze kuteeka kanso abagirimu be baluwa be batuuze abali willing abasazeewo abaagala okubeera nga ku kanso oba ku kakiiko k'ekyalo. Naye ate ne babeera komiti egenda kulondebwa abanaabeera bakulembeze b'ekyalo. Wali mu kanso ffenna tuli batuuze, tuli mu kanso. Ffe tulonda chairperson agenda tukulembera. kati waliwo council y'ekyalo ne executive committee y'ekyalo yenjawulo eriwo eyo. Ekyalo kirimu abatuuze bonna, council mulimu abatuuze bonna abasazeewo babeewaddeyo kubeera ba member ba council, naye committee mulimu abalonde bokka. Village committee mulimu abalonde bokka, abantu abalondeddwa chairperson n'alooka alonda vice chairperson, aba council abatuuze bali mu register naye gayo tumukkiriza oyo tumugaanyi atawaanya amaka g'abantu wano tujja kumukkiriza beere vice chairperson. Then ne kubeerako secretary for security, secretary for information, secretary for finance. Abo abasaza abo chairperson yagamba nti kakati gundi mulonzi abeere secretary for security. Abatuuze mugamba mutya mumukkiriza abo nedda? Bwe babakkiriza kabawanike mikono, abange bwe bakkiriza olinga ayitamu. Now, nomination for village LOC1 chairpersons will also take place on the 15th up to 19th of July 2026 with nomination for women. Nomination for village LOC1 chairpersons will also take place on 15th. Abo bagenda chairpersons b'ebyalo bagenda kwewandiisanga ennaku 15 paka 19 omwezi gw'omusanvu. Olunaku lwe lumu oba ennaku ze zimu n'okwewandiisa kuba bagenda kwesimba ku bukiiko bw'abakyala. Twasazeewo wano babeerewo nomination y'abakyala wa nomination y'aba LOC1 chairpersons. Kifo kye kimu, lunaku lwe lumu, nomination officer y'omu nga yambibwako bakisoboka. The nomination of candidates for LOC1 shall be conducted at the respective sub-county, town, municipal division headquarters, or municipal division headquarters by the parish election official, starting at 9 a.m. until 5 p.m. Ekifo kye kimu, obudde bwe bumu, kutandika essaawa 3 mpaka saa 11 mu nnaku ezo 15 nnaku ezo 5 abagenda kwewandiisa nga candidates obukiiko bw'ebyalo bwe bagenda kwewandiisa. Please note the following, that elections for LOC1 chairperson, even for women committees, are being held under a multi-party dispensation. Ntokulonda kunu kuliwo mu nkola y'ebibiina by'obufuzi. Bakitegeeza ki? Nti ebibiina by'obufuzi bya ddembe okulonda ani agenda obakwatira bendera oba bye bamanyi enkola yaabwe. Babagamba nti gundi tukuwadde bendera jangu gikime, be bamanyi. Oba bakolako nabo kulonda kwabwe be bamanyi. Naye ensonga enkulu eri nti okulonda kuno kuli mu biseera bino byaki y'ebibiina by'obufuzi. Nekyo tugamba nti ebibiina by'obufuzi mutandike enkola yammwe, nteekateeka yammwe y'okusunsulamu ani agenda kukwata bendera. So, aspiring candidates for election as LOC1 chairperson may collect nomination forms from the parish election official, that is the nominating officer of the parish in which the village is located, from 9th to 14th July 2026. The empapula zino za fomu z'olina okuwandiikako amannya go, z'olina okuweerayo ng'ogamba nti ngenda kubeera nominated, oba nga oli okutte bendera ekibiina ky'obufuzi nga ekibiina ky'obufuzi kitaddeko stamp nga kikakasa nti gwe omuntu waabwe gwe bakwasiza bendera, ogenda kikola kigenda kubeerawo okutandika ennaku 9 paka ennaku 14. Mugende mukime formu zino, nomination forms, n'awandiika biki byetaagisa okulaga ku nnaku ku lwa nomination. Secondly, an aspiring candidate for village chairperson shall be a citizen of Uganda, 18 years and above, resident in the village where he or she intends to stand, and must be registered on the council register. Ngabe twanyonyodde mbadde njogera ku bikwata ku kulonda kw'abakyala n'abaana bagenda kwesimba ku bukiiko obw'ebyalo bateeka okubeera bannayuganda myaka 18 n'ogenda mu maaso oba waggulu ate olina okubeera mutuuze mu kyalo ekyo ky'ogenda kwesimbamu ate olina okubeera nti oli registered mu register y'ekyalo kankiddemu bw'oteewandiise mu register y'ekyalo ng'olaga nti oli redde oba mwetegefu okubeera memba wa council y'ekyalo tojanga candidate ng'omanyi ti weewandiisa tojja kukkirizibwa kwesimba nga candidate. Another point, LC1 elections no academic qualifications as well. Abo bonna bagenda kwesimbawo ku ekifo kya chairperson LC1 ebyobuyigirize temufaayo yadde oyina oba oyina batoyina bujjangu ebyobuyigirize tibyetaagisa ate teri kusasula nomination fees zonna yogenda kifo kya chairperson LC1 bya nomination fees tebiriiwo bwebiyigirize tebuliiwo nomination fees teziriiwo ate bwobanga omanyi oli mutuuze mu kyalo ky'egindi naye wano mu kyalo kino kiriraanye olinayo bizinesi sebo nyabo tebagambye tiwokolera bizinesi bagambye wobeera mutuuze oli mutuuze wa sulawa. Additional and detailed information on the nomination procedures outlined in the guidelines. Tugenda kufulumya kituyita guidelines webeka oba biki ebyoyina ogoberera oba okutuukiriza ng'ogenda kwewandiisa oba ogenda kubeera candidate. Tugenda bifulumya tuyita guidelines nga bwe tutera okukola buli lunaku. Era tugenda bifulumya mu mpapula z'amawulire nga tuyambisa media tuwandikire political parties tubiteeke na website yaffe tukozese media. Campaign LC1 campaign meetings for elections of the LC1 chairperson shall be held for a period of 8 days from 20th July to 27th July. Campaigns zabo nabagenda kwesimbawo ku chairperson mu byalo zijja kumala ennaku 8 nga zitandika ennaku 2 nga zikomeekerezeddwa ennaku 27 omwezi gw'omusanvu. Ankidde mu campaign z'ebyalo chairperson w'ebyalo 2 gw'omusanvu mpaka 27 gw'omusanvu. The campaign meetings of quick rallies shall be conducted within the stipulated time, that is from 7 a.m. until 6 p.m. on each of the campaign days. Nti campaign zijja kukolebwa kuva saa emu kumakya mpaka saa 12 za regular. The campaigns will take place and be limited within the village of the candidates. Nti campaign zo kwesimba mu kyalo ki zikolere mu kyalo ekyo togenda mu B ate togenda mu B kubanga abalonzi mu B tebagenda kukubira kabululu mu kyalo okulonda kwa LC1 chairperson LC1. Polling for election of village chairperson will take place on Tuesday 28th of June 2026 in 71,214 villages where the position is contested throughout Uganda. Polling for C1 village chairperson 28th July 2026. Please note, for purposes of this election, each village is a polling station. Tokulonda kujja kubeera ennaku 28 omwaka guno. Mu byalo 17,214. Ate buli kyalo ye polling station. Okulonda kuno okw'ebyalo Ekyalo ye constituency at your polling station. The village is the constituency and also the polling station. Voting will also be conducted in a public or open place within the village and shall start at 7 and end at 4 p.m. I will explain. Whereas we say it starts at 7, like the polling by secret ballot, where people come one by one, they vote, they go away. One by one, they vote, they go away. This is different, as we shall explain. However, we anticipate by 4 p.m., this should have been concluded. Again, election of the village chairperson shall be by the voters lining behind the nominated candidates or their representatives or their portraits or symbols in accordance with Section 123, subsection 2 of the Local Governments Act. Okulonda kuno kugenda kubeera mu byalo kutandike wakati w'essaawa emu ne 10 kulonda kuwedde mu kyalo. Ate kulonda kuno kwa bapason b'ebyalo kugenda kw'okusimba ennyiriri emabega wakati w'ekifaananyi kye akabonero k'ekibiina bw'abanga akutte ebendera y'ekibiina ky'obufuzi amunigina oba independent, even if it's allowed in these elections, oba independent candidate aba supporters baba voters basimba emabega y'ekifaananyi kye. Now, this is the program concerning the activities on polling day for both women elections and village elections. Between 7 and 10 a.m., we expect all the willing members who registered as residents of village to assemble at the polling between 7 and 10 a.m. When they assemble, they will be verified. This is very important. They will verify whether Byabakama is eligible to vote in these elections on the village register. Byabakama mu register y'ekyalo waali naye ajja kusimba layini oba agenda kubeera mu layini ng'omulonzi oba nedda. The register is the one to confirm that you will be in the line as a voter. Any register, the other register, the village register. So the verification process, we expect once all the voters have assembled, the residents have assembled, that process should be between 7 and 10. The process of assembling and verification should be done with. After verification of voters, nga bamaze okukakasa nti gundi mulonzi wano mu register. Kubanga bakakasa kati beera wali. Lindirira nno. Ekinaddako kugamba nti kati genda mu layini kulonda kutuusa. Kubanga teri kutusuula mu kabokisi, byakabokisi tebiriiwo. Layini kakalo bonajja ne bakukakasa nti oli mulonzi ate n'otambula n'oddayo waka. Akakalulu kafudde. Akalulu kafu tekaliiwo. Kubanga tojja kulonda. Bwebama kukaka mulonzi oli mu register y'abatuuze beera waawo, beera mugumiikiriza. Now, after verification, the next activity will be for education and briefing of voters on the procedures to be followed by the presiding officer. Nga baba amaze obakakasa nti kati muli abalonzi b'ebalo kino, kati agenda kulondesa ajja abayitiramu biki ebigenda okugobererwa mu kulonda kuno ku ssaawa eyo yennyini mu bimpimpi. Tusuubira nti bino byonna bwe bitambudde bulungi, abantu ngo baze mu budde bamaze obasunsulamu oba bakakasa nti balonzi. Tusuubira nti essaawa 5 ku makya awo layini kamandi ya layini bujjangu akati musimbe akandi simuliwa nti tuli wano gwa yimirira awo gwe yimirira wali goyimira tunula eri totunula mabega oyinza kugwa ekiguwo nga shoke kuyiseemu kati mwa balonzi muluwa aha mutandike genda bagundi sawa 5 bwe mumala kuba layini oba kusimba oba kugenda munyiriri kata okubala ne kulyoka ni kutandika presiding officer nga yambibwako nga natandika okubala omu gabwe babala bameka abalonzi ba candidate gundi bali bameka nga babawandiika buli candidate akirizibwa kubeera na ba agents na wanda ba agents bwe bali sebo nyabo okizibwa kubeera na ba agents bo babiri ku polling station eno balabe nti bintu bitambula bulungi kweri ngawe bino kubeera okirizibwa kubeera na ba agents bo wao wayinza kuba presiding officer na omu babiri basatu 10 agent ayino kuwa obala bikubino so ba agents bayino kubeerawo kati okubala bwe kuggwa presiding officer ayina kujuzaamu foomu tugita EC10 kujuzaamu foomu biki ebivudde mu kulonda ngeri DR foomu imumanyi eri zibasiiga abantu basiba baziyimba kati byabakama DR foomu and EC10 the DR foomu eyo eraga biki ebivudde mu kulonda ate wasinziira okulangirira nti awangudde ekifo kibwa chairperson mu kyalo kino yegundi kitegedde then okwo kulonda kwa chairperson nga kuwedde mujjukire nti akakiiko kaliwo bantu 11 naye olubifo nga 5 chairperson ayina kulonda ani wagenda kukola nabo ani agenda kubeera vice chairperson kati okulonda kwa kaggwa ekino kuddako nga abantu banavaawo aba kanso ab'ekyalo akakomiti b'ekyalo ka kanso y'ekyalo balina okutuula awo chairperson alina okukola okutuula alina okukola okuteekawo amangu awo oba presiding officer kakati chairperson londa ani agenda kuddirira who's your vice chairperson nga balonzi bakyaliwo abatuuze nga bakyaliwo kati chairperson ng'agamba nti gundi kati abantu bagamba nti tukkiriza nti oye then secretary for information then secretary for what nga bwe twanyonyodde byonna bigwera awo lunaku lwennyini okay kati abo bamala komiti yonna bweba ewedde okubeera formed oba ogiteekawo presiding officer n'alyoka ajjuza form EC11 after all this has been accomplished and the chairperson has nominated the other 6 or 5 members who are to sit on the village committee together with the other special interest group representatives. Then they will fill form EC11. Please note, the following LC1 committee members shall be nominated by the elected village chairperson from among the members of the council present and approved by the council one by show of hands. 1 vice chairperson, this is what I've been talking about. 2 general secretary. 3 secretary for information, education and mobilization. 4 secretary for security. 5 secretary for finance. 6 secretary for production and environmental protection. Chairperson yalonda abantu bano naye nga kakiiko kali ak'ekyalo kekaba kakasa akakiiko kalina obuyinza ogamba tetumukkiriza oyo nedda oyo abeera mutamiivu saawa 4 kuva ku makya ku saawa 12 kati oyo n'abeera atya mukulembeze nedda tetukkiriza akakiiko mwe mulina obuyinza ogamba nti chairperson muntu w'olonze tumukkiriza oba tetumukkiriza. The committee, these nominated committee members, confirmed committee members, shall join the village executive committee by virtue, no, the following committee members shall be part of the village executive committee by virtue of having been elected chairpersons of the respective village committees of special interest groups. 1. Chairperson of the village youth council, who shall be the secretary for youth. 2. Chairperson of the village women council, who shall be the secretary for women and also public health coordinator. 3. Chairperson of the organization for persons with disabilities, who shall be secretary for persons with disabilities affairs. 4. Chairperson of village council of older persons, the secretary for older persons. Bwe tugambe nga bwenyonyodde nti bano chairperson alondeddwa ne bali abantu babataano balonze ne bakakasibwa akakiiko k'ekyalo. Kati bajja bano abalondebwa nga ba chairpersons ba special interest groups committees mu byalo, kati bajja kubeera beegatana bano abalonda kulonda bakole komiti y'ekyalo y'abantu 11 nga bwe nnyonnyodde. Right. LC2 chairperson and executive committee members. The members of the executive committees in the respective parish or ward will comprise the parish council, purposes of election of the parish or ward chair. Nti abo aba member of executive committee ko chairperson n'abantu 11 buli kyalo be babeera ba member council y'omuluka batakukulonda nga bagenda kulonda ani anabeera chairperson w'omuluka oba ward bobeera mu kibuga. Abalonzi ba chairperson w'omuluka be bali ba members ba committee y'ekyalo, si batuuze bonna ab'ekyalo naye bali abalondeddwa ne babeera ba members ba committee kuliko chairperson be bagenda kulonda chairperson w'omuluka. So the election of the parish chairperson, nomination and approval of the parish executive committees members will be conducted during program. First of all, the compilation of the parish or ward or LC2 voters register will take place on 29th of July 2026. The display of the parish or ward voters register will take place on the 30th to the 31st of July 2026. The nomination of candidates for parish or ward or LC2 chairperson shall take place on the 3rd of August 2026. Campaigns for parish or ward chairperson shall take place on 4th to the 9th of August 2026. When I talk of parish, I mean LC2. Polling day for election of parish or ward LC2 chairperson, 10th August 2026. Nti okuteekateeka register y'abalonzi ba chairperson w'omuluka kugenda kubeera ngo ennaku 29 mwaka guno omwezi gw'omusanvu. Ate okutimba oba display kwa register y'omuluka kugenda kumanya ennaku 2 nga 3 omwezi gw'omusanvu. Okwewandiisa aba nomination kwa abagenda kwesimbawo nga ba chairperson ba LC2 kubeera ngo ennaku 3. Naye jjukira nti ssebo nnyabo twakirabako luli kulonda kwa 2018. Omuntu tiyeenyigira mu kulonda kw'ebyalo naye ate najja ku LC2 njagala kwesimbawo ku kifo kya LC2 naye olina okuyitira mu kulonda kw'ebyalo. Abakyala tiyeesimbawo mu kulonda kuli kw'ekyalo naye bw'atuuka ku LC3 ayagala yingirire awo kubanga standard ye ya LC3 CLC1 nyabo wanga tuwaitira mu kulonda kw'ekyalo tutawanya abantu ate bwanga wakwate bendera mu kyalo wajanga na munigina oba independent candidate tokyuse erangi ate bw'otuuka eri ku LC nga buno bukiiko bw'abakyala okutuuka LC3 awo erinnya li independent era kati njagala kubeera okibiina gundi nga kukulonda ku LC3 nedda oba olina munigina ojja kusigala olina munigina oba independent you must remain independent. If you are a party flag bearer you must remain holding that party flag. You cannot change in between those elections. Campaigns za abagenda kwesima kwa chairpersons bwemeruka kujja kubeera ennaku 4 paka 9 mwezi gw'omunaana. Okulonda kwa chairperson w'omuluka kugenda kubeera ennaku 10 mwezi gw'omunaana. Polling day for election of parish or LC2 chairperson shall take place on the 10th of August 2026. The issuance of nomination forms to aspiring candidates for LC2 chairperson will take place alongside the display exercise. Nti okugaba formu abo bonna bagenda kwesimbawo ku kifo kwa chairperson LC2 tugenda ozifulumya ng'ennaku oziweereza ozibawa ennaku 3 omwezi ogw'omusanvu. Kati awo okulonda okwa LC1 LC2 kuba kukomokerezeddwa ng'ennaku nga bwe tukumbye ennaku 10 mwezi gw'omunaana kulonda chairperson w'omuluka wa parish chairperson. LC1 LC2 that will be the end. Naye bw'obukiiko bw'abakyala bujja kusigala bukyatambula kutuukira ddala mpaka ku ggwanga ku national level. Era okulonda bwe kuggwa kw'abakyala nakumuka nakugenda kubeerayo ku muluka okwo kw'abakyala ku muluka kugenda kubeerayo ddi kugenda kubeerawo efoomu abo bonna bugenda kwesimbawo ku okulonda kwa chairperson kakiiko k'abakyala ku muluka. Forms, nomination forms tugenda zibawo nga kutandika ennaku 9 paka ennaku 14. Nedda lindako. Biro lindako. Okulonda kwenda kubeera 22. No, nedda, don't. No, no. Now, a register ey'abakyala ku kulonda ani anagenda kubeera chairperson wakakiiko k'abakyala ku muluka. Register eyo bagenda tugenda giteekateekanga ennaku 29 mwezi gw'omusanvu. Ate tugitimbe oba tugidisplayinge register eyo obukiiko bw'abakyala ku muluka ng'ennaku 30 omwezi ogw'omusanvu. Jjukira nti okulonda kwa chairperson oba bamemba bakakiiko k'abakyala ku kyalo kugenda kubeera ennaku 23 ogw'omusanvu. Kati kulonda kuno kwata ku abakulembeze ku obukiiko bw'omuluka kugenda kutandika ennaku 2 kugenda ebyetaagisa bijja kukolebwa nga tutandika ennaku 29 nga tuteekateeka register tugitimbe nga ennaku 30 oba tugidisplayinge. Then nomination abagenda kwesimbawo ku komiti y'abakyala ku muluka kugenda kubeera ennaku 3 omwezi gw'omunaana. Campaigns zaaba bagenda kwesimbawo ku chairperson ku LC2 obukiiko bw'abakyala ng'ennaku 4 kutuuka ennaku 6 mwezi gw'omunaana. Okulonda kwa bakulembeze b'obukiiko bw'abakyala ku muluka kujja kubaawo ennaku 7 mwezi gw'omunaana. Kwa abakyala bwe bavaawo ne bagenda kugombolola kati oba ku town council wa municipal division nawo waliwo obukiiko kati abo register yaabwe egenda kuteekateekebwa ng'ennaku 11 mwezi gw'omunaana 2026 tugitimbe oba tugidisplayinge register eyo kugombolola oba town council oba municipal division ng'ennaku 12 n'ennaku 13 gw'omunaana. Nomination of candidates abo nabagenda kukwesimbawo ku kifo okya sub county obukiiko bw'amagombolola oba town council bw'abakyala ng'ennaku 14 mwezi gw'omunaana. Campaigns zabagenda kwesimbawo ku sub county town municipal division women committees ng'ennaku 15 oba 17 gw'omunaana. When the women have finished or completed the sub-county or municipal or town division, town council or municipal division committee elections, then they move to district level elections. The district women's elections at district level. The register, compilation of women's or district or city women's register will take place on the 19th of August 2026. Display of the said district or city women's register will take place on the 20th to the 21st of August 2026. Nomination of candidates for district or city women committee elections will take place on the 24th of August 2026. Campaigns for the election of the district or city women committee elections will take place on 25th to 27th of August 2026. Polling day for election of district or city women committee elections will take place on 28th of August 2026. Okulonda kw'abakyala nga bwe ngambye kwe kukyatambula kyalo muluka gombolola wa town council municipal division district nga bwe nnyonnyodde. Naye amateeka gagamba nti kuno kulonda ku bukiiko bw'abakyala ku LC mu kyalo kusimba nyiriri, kumuluka kusimba nyiriri, kugombolola kusimba nyiriri, naye okutuuka ku district ako kakyama. Akalulu k'abakyala ku district kako kaka box. Now, after the district elections for women, now they go to the final one, the national election for the National Women's Council. This one will take place, the compilation of the National Women Council Register will take place on the 30th to the 31st of August 2026. The display of the National Women's Council Register will take place on the 1st to the 2nd of September 2026. Finally, the National Conference of the National Women Council elections will take place on the 3rd to the 4th of September 2026. Now, the women elections, which will have started at the village level on July 23rd, will be concluded at the national level on the 3rd to the 4th of September 2026. That will mark the conclusion, the end of all these elections. The Electoral Commission wishes to appeal to all stakeholders to participate in the entire electoral program, which is progressive in nature, that is, from the village to the parish in the case of administrative units elections, and from village to national level in the case of women councils and committees elections. The Commission therefore urges all aspiring candidates and stakeholders to acquaint themselves with the relevant laws and the guidelines that will be issued by the Commission in order to appreciate their respective roles and responsibilities before, during, and after these elections. The Commission appeals to all political parties and organizations to study this electoral program and undertake the necessary preparatory activities, for example, election of the flag bearers for political parties, in a time so as to comply with the guidelines and requirements for each level for this electoral process. Basebo ne bannyabo tubasaba nti mugondere oba mugoberere amateeka agakwata ku kulonda ebifo bino byonna. Nabiki akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kanaaba kafulumiza nga katangaaza biki ebirina okugobererwa oba okukolebwa oba okutuukirizibwa abo bonna bagenda okwenyigira mu kulonda kuno. Ate njagala babuula ekintu kimu basebo ne banyabo. Obukiiko buno bukulu nnyo 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 nnyo. Obukiiko bw'ebyalo bukulu nnyo. Obukiiko bw'ebyalo ge maaso n'amatu ga gavumenti. Bwaweebwa obuyinza bunene nnyo n'okuggyako tebamanyi bukozesa bulungi. Balina obuyinza okumonitoringa government programs mu bitundu ebyo by'ebyalo. Kyetumanyi teri ddwaliro oba teri health center etali mu kyalo. Teri ssomero etali mu kyalo. N'etteeka ligamba nti obukiiko bw'ebyalo bulina okuyinza okumonitoringa okulaba ebintu bino service delivery etambula etya. Ate n'etteeka ne libagamba nti waba ensonga yonna mu kyalo kyewamwe tegeeza the law says draw attention of the cow or the district chairperson or assistant cow waliwo ensonga wano ewaffe wano. Mukola ki eyo mutuddeeyo muwambadde masuutu wano tulina ensonga wano. Obuyinza obulina obukiiko bw'ebyalo. Nolwekyo mulonde abakulembeze be mumanyi tibankizo. Abakulembeze abanaasobola okubeera ddoboozi yammwe. People who should be able, the LC1 committees have the power, councils have the power to monitor government programs in their respective areas. They have that power. The law says they have the power to draw the attention of the cow or the district chairperson or assistant cow on any matter concerning their area. So all these things they are crying about, poor service delivery, the LC councils have the power to monitor and raise their voice and say, there is a problem here. Why is it not being addressed? They are the ones who recommend people who are fit to join the security services, to join the UPDF, to join Uganda Police Force, prison service. The councils, the LC councils, they are the ones which have that power to vet the person who are fit to join the security services. They are the ones who are responsible to make sure law and order prevails in their areas. Councils, balina obuyinza bw'amaanyi nnyo ssebo. Temugamba nti mulimu gwa kustampinga bustamping empapula. Nedda, obuyinza babulina. Twagala kulonda kuno leero. Kubanga mpulira abantu waliwo ekifo kimu kuliko chairperson babiri. Ekyo kijja kitya. Kuwalina okubeerawo chairperson n'omu. There must be only one chairperson. And the law clearly explains, if the chairperson is not there, who exercises that power? The vice chairperson. Si mukyala wo bannange stamp n'ogikiya stamp yafuuka yakika. Obuyinza bugamba chairperson wabanga tasobola kutambuza emirimu gy'ekifo. Vice chairperson yalina okutambuza. Chairperson wabanga yafa. Vice chairperson yadde mu bigere bye. Mpaka okulonda bukunaateekebwawo. Balonda abatuuze b'ekyalo abali mu register. Balonda omutuuze chairperson omulala anamudde mu bigere oli afudde. Obuyinza abasebo bannyabo mubuyina obukiiko bw'ebyalo. Nolwekyo ku mulundi guno tusaba nti okulonda kuno mukwenyigiremu temukola emivuyo gye mwakola juuzi 2018 teweewandiisa n'ekiseera bukyatuuka ng'olabye ensi yonna eddindima ekintu kinyumye n'ate nze nsigalire mabega nange kangende ndonde ogenda kutuuka wali teweewandiisa mu regista. Nolwekyo mukozesa akakisa kano ebiseera ebitutaddewo mugende muwandiise ebyalo byewanyu obukiiko buno basebe banyabo bukulu nnyo era abo bagamba nti simanyi obuyinza baabo bajjako bannange obuyinza baabo bawadda mutudde nabwo naye temumanyi engeri gy'obukozesa njagala kubeebaza. Thank you very much for listening to me. We pray that every Ugandan will participate in this electoral program and do so in accordance with the law and the guidelines for each activity. This will ensure a smooth electoral exercise for the good of our country, for the good of our communities. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you very much. Ndowooza ebibuuzo byonna mbizzeemu yadde temubuuzizza mpozi kimu bibiri. Tandikirawo tetulina budde.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. My name. Hello. Thank you so much. My name is Annette. I work with you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. My name is Annette. I work with UBC. My question is all about getting highlights on the readiness of the Electoral Commission regarding the Wednesday's polls in Kalangala district by-election exercise. Thank you so much.
Lord Chair, my name is Felix Cheyune, working with the Hill Post newspaper. Lord Chair, my question is about the high level of nepotism in LOC committees. You have been here complaining that at least vice chairperson should be a person from family members. But when you look at the entire country, nepotism is not at high level. It's a grassroots. You find chairman, vice chairman is his wife, secretary, his daughter, what. So there is no law that prohibit that kind of nepotism. Two, you have not stated about the government officials who I think they are greedy for power. You find someone is a commissioner somewhere, but you're also eyeing for this small opposition. There is no any law that prohibits those kind of people to come in this local councils. Thank you very much.
Chairperson nze Kizito Musoke kola ne bukedde olupapula mu kulonda okuzze kubeerawo okwenjawulo abakozi ba gavumenti public servants babagamba okusooka okulizayininga nga bagenda okwesimbawo ku mulundi guno kwerosi wano kigenda kubeera kitya nabo balizayininga oba beesimbawo. Ekyokubiri, tukimanyi bulungi nti omuntu takkirizibwa kubeera na bifo bibiri ebirondebwamu. Omuntu weesimba okubwerosi wano ne bamulonda kwerosi wano ekifo ekyo akirekulira oba abeera n'ebifo bibiri nga bamulonda kwerosi tu.
Lord Chair, my name is Derek Wandera. I am a journalist with the Daily Monitor. It's going to be a little legal. Lord Chair, the last time we saw elections for the national committees, for national women's committees, was in 2018 August. There was an election that was supposed to happen in 2022 that didn't happen. And that means that the current or outgoing women committee, National Women Committee leaders have served for an extra term that was not elective at all. Would like to get an update whether there was any structural instruments, you know, or any amendment, and whether or not we should trust the legal process for this coming election. Thank you.
Chair Nzeka West Farouk, nkola ne NBS Television online station. Ekibuzo kyange ngenda kigeraageranya n'akalulu akawedde akaabonna aka 2026. Twalaba ebitundu ebimu ng'ababyokwerinda amaanyi bajjayo mangi naddala ku bantu ababa beesimbyewo n'abalonzi baabwe. Eddoboozi lyo likola ky'amaanyi naddala mu kalulu kano okwova okulangirira ke tugendamu aka LC1. Tusuubire okubanga waliwo omukwano wakati w'ab'ebyokwerinda n'abeesimbyewo saako n'abalonzi baabwe okusobola okufuna process ennungi.
Chairman, my name is Mary Karugaba. I work for New Vision. I just wanted to know why you think there should be no academic qualification for LOCs and women. Is it because they don't need to speak English, they don't need to sign, they don't need anything? Just tell us the reason. Sir, also, you've allocated 56 billion for the elections, and yet here we see that you're just going to line up. What exactly are you going to use this money for?
Lord Chair, a simple clarification here. My name is Richard Oluweng. And do a breakdown on the statistics. We have the local council 1, 2 women council elections. How many vacant positions are there to be filled from all the categories?
Tuyanza nnyo ssentebe nze Lwanga owa Hope TV. Sebo ekibuuzo kye mbadde njagala okubuuza mu kulonda okwasembayo tubadde tulina bakansala abamu ate nga bassentebe ba byalo bwe balondebwa ku bwakansala tebazzaayo sitampu era baasigala be bakola emirimu egyo gye gimu. Ne ku mulundi guno kansala akyalina interest akyasobola okuvaayo waggulu n'addayo n'akima ekya wansi oba etteeka limukugira.
Nsakira neyanza amanya nze omugabi Bega Hamidwaswa nga nkola n'ekitongole ekya Pal FM. Ekibuzo kyange kiri nti eriyo omuwendo ogw'ensalira eri amanya nze omugabi Bega Hamidwaswa nga nkola n'ekitongole ekya Pal FM. Ekibuzo kyange kiri nti eriyo omuwendo ogw'ensalira eri bachairman bano kubanga tulabye nnyo ogamba nti chairman afuna $1,000 omwezi. Bachairman bano batuuka ekiseera ne bagamba nti okufuna ne stamp yange ojja kuleeta $200 n'okusayiningako obusayiningizi ku kiwandiiko kyonna oba ogenda kufuna ndagamuntu nga kimwetaagisa esente zayinza okuba nga akusalira okusobola okuba nga akuteerako stamp. So kiri nti waliwo ko omuwendo gw'ensalira chairman gwayinza okuba nga afuna okutaba nga atunda stamp eno neyanziza.
Lord Chair, Derek Ondere again. This is a little bit away from here. We're getting news from Kalangala that the NUP has been forced to cancel their last campaign rally because of the security situation there, following the fact that President Museveni will be campaigning in the area for the NRM. We would like you to help us understand how this comes about, what it means to the right to campaign for the opposition, but also if there is any legal interpretation to this. Thank you.
This is a trackload of questions. Now I will start with the last question by Derek. I have not received that information yet. I don't think the Commission has yet been availed with that information about the forced, you call it forced, postponement or cancellation of the NUP candidates campaign. Really, I have not received that information. I think I would rather comment when I've got appropriate and thorough information regarding that aspect. However, in general terms, all I can say that before the candidates hit the campaign trail, they are supposed to harmonize or agree on their to avoid a scenario which Derek says he has learnt about. The schedule for the candidates is supposed to be agreed upon right at the inception or immediately after the nomination process has been concluded before the returning officer. However, the candidates also are at liberty to amend or revise their campaign schedule in consultation with one another and in agreement with one another. The programs for the leaders' respective political parties, the leaders of the political parties participating in the electoral process, have to be aligned to the harmonized campaign program in the electoral area. So I think that's all I can say, but as I say, as I'm standing here, I'm not yet privy to that kind of information. Now, on the issue of they call it honoraria, which is paid to the LOC chairpersons. I think this matter has been discussed at various fora, and it has been said this amount is very small or inadequate and should be revised. Now that is a matter, I think, for the Minister of Local Government. I don't know whether Parliament or Finance. It is not for the Electoral Commission. But all I can say that any amount of money charged by LOCs is not legal. I think that was clarified one time, that they are not supposed to charge any money for these services, because any amount of money any government or elective office charges must be defined in the law. If it is not prescribed in the law, then the office holder has no right to charge that money. But that is something that should be indeed looked at. If you look at the responsibilities that they have under the law, that money, the powers that be can or look to that matter. Now, the law is very clear. You cannot hold on to two elective positions. Toso tokirizwa kubeera mu bifo bibiri oba na bifo bibiri bironde. If a chairperson of village X was elected as a councillor of a certain area, then that person must relinquish one of the two. Either you relinquish the position of chairperson, LOC1, or secretary of women, or whatever, or you relinquish one of councillor. Who you think the stamp is heavier than the one of councillor? Then you relinquish the councillor position. You cannot hold two positions. Omuntu takirizibwa kubeera na bifo bibiri. Bw'obanga wali chairperson w'ekyalo oba w'omuluka naye kati juuzi walondebwa okubeera councillor, stamp gite zaayo stamp y'abantu. You don't have to have that stamp with you. No. You are now another you are holding another political or elected position. You cannot cling on to that. But these are things that will be sorted out, I think, after these elections have been concluded. Now, on how many vacant positions, Richard or Wayne? First of all, as I said, we have 71,214 villages. All those are to be contested for. The parishes, I think they're about 11,000, about 12,000 parishes. Okay? All those are to be contested for. The positions, all those are now. That is for administrative units. Now, when it comes to women, you have to go by, again, the number of villages are to be contested for women, number of parishes to be contested for women, number of sub-counties, I think the sub-counties are about 2,300. Those are to be contested for. The districts, we know how many districts there are. Then town councils, you also have to look at town councils. We shall give you the details of that. Districts, there are 146 districts. Then the national level is only one. So we shall give you a summary of the total of those elected positions. Now, Mary, the issue of academic qualifications was set in the law. It is the law which stipulates that no academic qualifications are required for one to contest for leadership at LOC1, LOC2, or women councils, committees, elections at village level. It's the law which spelled out those requirements. Now, but maybe on the issue of academic, maybe let's look at the functions of these committees. It says functions of administrative functions of parish and village executive committee, the committee of the elected leaders. Section 52 of the Local Governments Act. The parish or village executive committee shall oversee the implementation of policies and decisions made by its council. Nti abatuuze b'ekyalo kibanaabanga basaze bikolwabwe nga batuuze bali council banaabanga basazeewo komiti gye balina okuteeka mu nkola bye basazeewo balina okuteeka mu nkola ate n'ebirala bye balina okukola and shall the said executive committees shall also assist in the maintenance of law and order and security. Initiate, encourage, support, and participate in self-help projects and mobilize people, material, and technical assistance in relation to self-help projects. At the village level, vet and recommend persons in the area who may be recruited into the Uganda People's Defense Forces, the Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Prison Service and local defense units. Serve as the communication channel between the government, the district or higher local council, and the people in the area. Communication channel. These are executive committees in the villages. Then, generally monitor the administration in its area and report to the higher or district council. Then, generally monitor projects and other activities undertaken by the government, local governments, and non-governmental organizations in their area. Then carry out other functions which may be imposed by law or incidental to the function in this area. Those are the committees. But for the councils, ali abatuuze b'ekya. What are their powers or functions? To draw the attention of the district chairperson, the chief administrative officer, and the assistant chief administrative officer at the county level, or the chief at the parish level, to any matter that rouses their concern or interest. To draw the attention, okutegeeza, so batya, bambuwandiike, katoli, waba tamanyi, aina secretary, wabanga tamanyi kuwandiika, Secretary gwe mulimu gwe ajja kuwandiika yaseeko mukono. Waliwo ensonga wano etuluma mu kyalo kyewaffe, jangu Secretary gwe mulimu gwe wandiika bwoti oli ateekeko mukono. The other function at the parish level to resolve problems or disputes referred to it by relevant sub-county or village councils. To resolve problems identified at that level. To monitor the delivery of services within its area of jurisdiction. Monitoring delivery of services. Village council. Council ya bonna batuuze bonna. Si committee yokka. Oluguudo waffe wano nga lumaze emyaka 2 nti terukolebwa. Mutubuulire esente ze baabawa ku district okola enguudo zirimeka. Luno oluguudo lwakitemuluteeka mu programu. Myaka 2 tractor teruyitangamu. Kyogamba emyaka egi yonna temufunanga sente z'okulabirira enguudo. Gwe mulimu gwa councils zino obukiiko bw'ebyalo. Naye kyabasomye tubasaba mubeere mu bukiiko bw'ebyalo. Namwe abasomye mubeere mu bukiiko bw'ebyalo. No bw'oba osomye, even if you're a civil servant, you are supposed to be a member of the village council so that you guide these people. That's why you stay. So, then naturally, another thing, to assist in the maintenance of law, order, and security. The local councils are the eyes and ears of security. To carry out any functions that may be assigned to it by the district council or higher local government. District is ogamati. Local council mukole muni waliwo essomero watuwaddeyo essente essomero y'Egindi mugende mulabe ddala omulimu gutambula gutya. Oba kakati local council health center yewammwe tuwaddeyo eddagala bwe liti. Mukole mu bwambega mulaba aba doctor baba banaasa bakolamu bakukusa eddagala. Igwe mulimu gwabwe. So, kataawo nze omukulabo kwange the issue ekyogamba nti oba basoma tebasoma kikiri mu mateeka. Naye wadde tebasoma, abasoma basobola okubeerawo ng'omuwandiisi n'awandiika bintu byetaagisibwa. Now, on the 56 billion, Mary, you think that is, since the process is only lining up, shouldn't require such money? Do you know we are
NBS happening now. The stage is set and the stakes are high. The Kalangala District Woman MP by-election debate. 5 candidates, 1 seat. 1 chance to make their case to you. Head-to-head on the issues that matter. This Monday, June 22nd, NBS TV brings you the live debate for the Kalangala District Woman MP by-election. Join the conversation Monday night, 10 p.m. only on NBS. Always.
I'm called Awidi Isabella. I'm studying from Villa Maria School of Nursing. I've won a school fees with the MTN Momo. This school fees you win for a full year, which I'm very happy for it. I thank MTN Momo for helping me in paying my school fees.
We've paid all the fees for the year.
Thank you very much, because on Wednesday, the principal told me, look for my man and bring my man. I told her, no, I don't have man, and you have to wait until I get the money. But when I left our office, at 3, they called me that you have won the money from Momo. I said, how does it happen?
As long as you pay school fees using Momo, you stand a chance to win school fees for a year. Dial *165*80# to win school fees for a year and more.
Reggae live in concert at Kololo Airstrip. Na musambu August. Chefuru ekigenda okubeera eky'omwaka. Get ready for the biggest Ugandan show. Mustaili ya Kitombola, Waguru Matara, screen, stage, ne sound. Nga byonna bya Phenon Records. Sinye emitwalo esatu. Ale badi ng'okozesa momo emitwalo ebiri. Byajja emitwalo etaano. Ale badi ng'oguze ku momo emitwalo esatu. Emmeeza y'abantu omukaaga ya miliyoni 2. Ey'abantu omunana ya miliyoni 3. Nyiga kamunyenye mu mukaaga 5 kamunyenye 20. Otunga tiketi yawe. Ready. Yata Western Uganda n'amaani. Ati ninyetavembara. Ababushenyi, Igara, Byantonde, Abeibanda, Rukungiri, mwije murebe omwana wanyu nakitera, nakihonda. Eno shot twagala mu ebyani byanyu amate. Ebishagara, ebishapa stacking. Koranyenye. Kololo Airstrip, musanvu August. Bitegekedwa. Abitex Promotions.
Love doesn't end at I do. That's where the real journey begins. This year, the Bride and Groom Expo 2026 invites you to experience Beyond I Do, a journey of love, home and family. From planning your dream wedding to building your dream home, from unforgettable honeymoons to starting a family and making the right financial decisions for your future, it's all here under one roof. Meet trusted experts in home living, real estate, finance, parenting and lifestyle. Discover ideas, solutions, and inspiration to guide your next chapter. Whether you're newly engaged, newly married, or building your future together, this is your complete life journey experience. Happening 26 to 28 June 2026 at the Uma Multipurpose Hall. To book a stall, call 0772 354 940. Don't just plan a wedding, plan beyond it.
Across Uganda, the parish development model is paving the way for prosperity, helping families transform their lives through strategic farming practices, like the 4-acre model.
In our Chibaro of 1996, we said first acre, put coffee. Second acre, fruits. The third acre, you put pasture for dairy cows. The fourth acre, for food, cassava. The good thing is that now cassava is also becoming a very good cash product, but at least for food. Then, mind you, the backyard. You put poultry for eggs, you put piggery.
I'm in a 1-acre plot of land. In this 1 acre, Your Excellency, I practice this banana plantation. I also practice coffee. I also have dairy, Your Excellency. Every month, Your Excellency, I get 500,000 from these bunches.
The 7 activities we recommended, they have a big global demand.
We have 10,000 Nile tilapia fish and 10,000 African catfish. And when we sell our 10,000 tilapia, we get in one harvest 20 million shillings.
Fruits, especially capsule, which is called, can do very high value crops like apples. And then finally, those who are near the wetlands, the ones in the Bukit who are wasting the wetlands, they should do fish farming, not in the center of the swamp, but at the edge of the swamp.
From coffee farms to fish ponds, the 4-acre model is empowering Ugandans to transform their lives. The parish development model is your pathway to wealth creation. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
Better study tips. Scammers often pose as friends or family to gain your trust. Always verify requests for money or personal data, even if they seem urgent. A quick call to the person or company claiming to contact you can save you from falling victim to this deceit. In partnership with Uganda Communications Commission and NBS.
From 11 June to 19 July, every
everything can wait. The FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch all 104 matches on 4 dedicated channels, live on SuperSport, only on DSTV.
Comedy Festival bila mukaga lirugogo muhuma showground mutenti bwaguga ku Saturday nga nya July buli comedian gwamanyi mu Uganda wano aja kuberayo Amoti Malanguzi MC Mariaki MC Kapare Madwata Nchiko Maulana and Rain Mary Hatumbeto Bizonto Mickey Sims too funny Nswangere Teacher Mpamile Bobby Brown and Nilo Sami and Shawan Tata Way Akite Tata Sam ne Mama Sam tuli bulala family Abazebe Bama Senga Nantume Muzai Kalari Kachapizo Ivan She Queen Malaria Chisati The Talkers Karera Namyomba Comedy Kojakabaya Nekas Wekapo Chukamba Nsani Samuel Hash Fizi Pro Ticket yozigula ku Momo Kamunyenye mu mkaga 5 Kamunyenye 20 Kadala Ticket yobo jigula ku Momo ya mitwalo 5 nenga ku milyango ya mitwalo 10 emeze y'abantu 8 ya milioni 2 VIP ya mitwalo 15 kale booking anga buchari Juliana Kanyongozi King Saha Winnie Nwaji Irene Nambiru nganya July ya Rugogo mu Showground Comedy Festival bila mukaga ategekedwa Abitex Promotion. NBS. Always.
Up next.